on the screen, and I'm made to believe that every member colleague is having a hard copy. So if you don't have, we can also rely on that one that is displayed, or you can request the coordinator to provide. The first item is opening. We want to take this opportunity to open this public hearing officially, which item number 2 is saying welcome and the chairperson's remarks. I want to say Honorable MEC Violet Mate and HOD Steve Machena, the chairperson of the board and all board members, the CEO and your entourage, the AGSA representative, the PT representative, honorable members of Scopa, the legislature staff, and viewers who are connected through different social media. You are welcome to this very important accountability session for Scopa, which is a public hearing, and we want to thank you, MEC, for honoring the invite and presenting yourself and the collective here, so that you are able to account for the spending of the public money. And we want to say that we have received the reports from the AGSA, and it was on that basis that we developed some of the questions and sent them to you to respond. You have responded, we got the files, and today you are here in person to give account of that file that you have sent. As Scopa, like I always indicate and remind the members and colleagues and the public out there, we derived our mandate from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 114, subsection 2A and B, which stipulates that the provincial legislature must provide for the mechanisms to ensure that the organs of the state in the province are accountable to it, and also they play an oversight over the state institution. So today we are hosting GAAL, or it's the GAAL that is going to appear or give an account on how they are performing, what services are they providing to the public, how is the money that is allocated to them spent. So they are appearing here as GAAL, as a public entity or a state entity that is directly accountable to the state. So that is why they are here, and it is for that reason that indeed they have responded. They are here to share with us those issues that we have raised, and as raised by the AGSA. We are also having a responsibility to track the resolutions and how they are implemented, and that is why we are very, very, very strict in terms of the implementation of the resolutions, because you cannot be able to move forward or to achieve any improvement in the audit outcomes as long as you are still having the previous matters that you have not accounted for them. So that is why it's very critical that as Scopa, we always check the implementation of the resolutions, which will assist you to move forward. And without any waste of time, with those few remarks, we want to welcome you, MEC, and we hope that we will have very fruitful deliberations that will assist GAAL to continue to serve the people of Limpopo. But I'm just worried because MEC, you'll realize that GAAL is a 3D entity, and you are well aware of the resolution of the House on the 3D entities, on their sustainability plan. that every year, every financial year, they must be able to submit the sustainability plan to Scopa, so that Scopa will determine if we can continue to fund them. We cannot keep on funding GAAL every year, and they depend on this grant. They are unable to generate their own revenue. They depend on the government, but they don't tell us how are they going to or when, or what is the plan that is in place that will ensure that indeed one day they will be able to sustain themselves. We take that as an undermining of this committee, especially MEC, that of all the 10 resolutions of 23, 24, there's no one which is even implemented. And we also don't have the resolutions for 22, 23. So it means for the financial year 22, 23, 23, 24, they have not done anything with them. And we just need to assure you that we are not sure if we are going to adopt the budget in the next few days. That budget will include the GAAL. Is there pronounced by the MEC, but for us not to run into problems, MEC, we are going to say to you, let GAAL bring the sustainability plan and present it to Scopa, just even before we go to the budget, the finalization of the budget, because that is a requirement. That's the first thing. The second issue is that we really think that as the shareholder, and we believe and we depend on you, MEC and HOD, that the welfare of this entity, we depend on you for its sustainability. And we therefore request that you play a very important role in making sure that it complies. Indeed, there is a file. Maybe if I can check with you, MEC, that have you seen this file? Because it has been signed. Do you acknowledge that you have seen this file?
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Mathieu Susan Vela, the MEC of Transport and Community Safety. Yes, I'm the one who signed the file.
I just wanted that confirmation, because we are running into very serious challenges whereby they are responding to some of the questions that we raised, but they don't attach evidence. For example, they will refer to the investigation report, forensic investigation report by BDO, but it's not attached. That report was going to assist us in assessing whether indeed they are implementing or they are applying what that report is saying. So if it is not there, we really can't guess. There is the BDO report, there is a report on the 36 million irregular expenditure. There is another report for the panel of legal appointments, which you said it will be finalized in February, and we are in March. We know that by the time you submitted this file, maybe it was not in your possession, but we just want to check if you have received that particular report for the panel of legal assistance or whatever. So, but the two reports, BDO and this one of the 36 million, they are not there, but you are referring to them. And we are going to request that they be availed today. We don't want to delay this meeting. We don't want to say go back and you come back when you have the reports. but we are saying we want them today. We will not adjudicate on them because we will also have to go through them, because we want to be very clear, MEC, that when we say the report must come today, we're not just ticking the box. We have to go through the report, and it means we are going to have another day, and very soon, like I've indicated, that we will need the sustainability plan before we can even say anything. We must also have these reports. So on that day, when we deal with the sustainability plan, we will also deal with these reports. But they must be submitted today. So you rather have somebody, as we are continuing, to deal with that issue of having reports for all these members. So these are two issues, MEC, that I wanted to emphasize, so that we don't waste time. They must just start that process as we are proceeding with these other things. But otherwise, we welcome you, and we're looking forward to fruitful deliberations and responding and properly accounting to the people of Limpopo. You are not necessarily accounting to us as Scopa. You are accounting to the government and to the people of Limpopo. So when you answer each and every question, you must know that people are listening and they want to hear how their funds are used. The next item is introductions. Maybe even before we go to the introductions, I must just maybe emphasize that as and when we are going to present, we request everybody to introduce, every time when you speak, you introduce yourself for the record, firstly, but secondly, for the people who are watching on other media platform, they should not guess who is speaking. They must just know now this one is the one who is speaking. The first people to introduce themselves will be the members of Scopa, starting with myself. I'm Esther Mukweli, the chairperson of Scopa.
Good morning, Honorable MEC, colleagues, and people from GAAL. My name is Jacques Smaller. I'm a member of this portfolio committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, MEC and the team. My name is Taroma Voja, and I'm a member of the Public Accounts Committee.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm the running with that designated member. On behalf of the chairperson of the portfolio committee, Honorable Kibia. Thank you.
Greetings, Chair, members, and colleagues. My name is Faith Lopela. I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Christina Chet, a member of this committee.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, my colleagues, honorable members, our Honorable MEC and the team. My name is Matlodi Caroline Damasela, member of this committee. And thank you.
Thank you very much, and my apologies, Honorable Nemguda. Honorable Nemguda is representing the portfolio committee. He is here on behalf of the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Kidibunelebe. Thank you, my apologies. Legislature staff.
Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. My name is William Mukari. I'm the committee coordinator of the Public Accounts Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Jerry Shirenda. I'm the researcher.
Good morning, Chairperson. Morning to the honorable members. Morning to the MEC and the staff. My name is Franklin Kodzo, and I am the researcher attached to Scopa. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson, honorable members, MEC and colleagues. My name is Saul More. I'm with Communication Services in the Legislature.
Good morning, Mapula Sekgota, Committee Support Staff.
Good morning, Mudiba Renelo, IT Support. Good morning. My name is Kathy Mamabola from Legal Services.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, my colleagues. My name is Maputi Morudi, Assistant Committee Coordinator.
Yeah, thank you very much. Office of the Auditor General.
Good morning. My name is Victor Bakari, Senior Manager responsible for the audit of GAAL.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ngwako Makata, the Audit Manager from AGSA. Thank you.
Provincial Treasurer.
Thank you, Chair, honorable members. Good morning, MEC, the board, and colleagues. I'm Kelly Tindesa, the acting Provincial Accountant General.
Good morning. My name is Martha Chocho, Provincial Treasury Legislature Oversight Subunit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC and your team.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Mathieu Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. With your permission, Honorable Chairperson, I think I will give the team that I'm with to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Ndabe Ramakwera. I am the interim board chairperson of Gateway Airport Authority Limited.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, members of the board, colleagues from GAAL, AG and Treasury. My name is Mohadi Matli and I'm the CEO for GAAL.
Madam Chair, honorable members, honorable MEC, board members, and colleagues, my name is Jeff Kulani, the CEO for GAAL.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, MEC, board chair and members, colleagues. My name is Stephen Machena. I'm the HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members, and MEC and colleagues. My name is George Ramsetheri. I'm the member of the interim board.
Chairperson, members, AGSA, colleagues from Provincial Treasury. My name is Mwakumangena. I'm the shareholder representative within the interim board. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members. Honorable MEC, protocol has been established. I answer by the name of Dali Chipiwa, Media Liaison Officer. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members. Honorable MEC, protocol has been established. I answer by the name of Dali Chipiwa, Media Liaison Officer.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Masiru Malaji, Disability Assistance, Corporate Management Services. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, MEC and colleagues. My name is Khaba Sabola, Company Secretary for GAAL. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members. My name is Kanyisa Makamo, the Performance Information Officer at GAAL. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and the committee members, MEC and my colleagues. My name is Tsepora Mukupa, Senior Manager, GAAL.
Good morning. My name is Nolita. My surname is Klu. I'm the Senior Manager HR at GAAL. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, MEC. My name is Musidi Kwele, Senior Manager, Operations, GAAL.
Good morning. My name is Sello Sovela, Department of Transport and Community Safety Communications.
Yeah, thank you very much. Today we don't have the guests from
the MEC.
Oh, sorry.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Winnie Adelaide Ngolwe, MEC Support.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, MEC. My name is Bomba Maleana, Support Staff, MEC.
My apologies to interrupt you. Is there anybody who has not introduced herself or himself? We don't have the MPEC team. today, maybe they're still coming. We are on apologies. From our side, we have an apology from Honorable Mapolo, Honorable Sibotoma, Honorable Majomani, and Honorable Nempumpoloni. We also have an apology of Honorable Small that from 2 o'clock will be serving another meeting. We'll come back after that. So we'll just note that apology. Maybe can I check with you, MEC, do you have any apology?
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. From my side, I don't have any apology.
Everybody who's supposed to be here is here.
I'm sure the chairperson of the board says he's having some apologies.
My name is Ndabe Ramakwela, the interim chairperson of the GAAL board. We would like to tender apology for a member of the board, Dr. Musita, as well as Mr. Matobo. Both members are appearing in different hearings wherein they had to go and attend today, unfortunately. So those apologies have been sent to us also in written form, and we'd like to pass them on to the chairperson and to the whole committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're done with item number 3. But MEC, maybe just for privilege, because maybe it's me who was under the impression that at RAL we have got a board that is appointed. Yeah, I was under that impression, but I heard during the introduction that it's an interim, and I know that Mabuela to be in somewhere. So I was can you clear that confusion for me, please?
Okay.
Before we start.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Susan Violet, the MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Yes, in GAAL we have not yet appointed. We are having an interim board, but we have advertised twice. So instead of us starting with the process, we were told that we must stop and allow the interim board to start working so that we can work together with the interim while still waiting for the process of appointing the new board. But we have closed the adverts. All the applications are there. So any day, any time, we can come and tell you that now we're having a new board.
Okay. Yeah, because last when you were postponing, you said no, the board is still new. You are taking the members to do. So that is why I thought you have appointed. So it's you who caused my confusion. It was not as a result of ignorance, because that letter is saying we have a new board. We are still inducting them so that they get used to the issues before they appear.
Thanks, Chairperson. Yeah. I'm sure it was a communication breakdown. We never had a new board. What we were going to induct was not a new board. It was an interim board that was going to be inducted, not a new board.
Okay.
Thanks.
So you confused the chair. It's either it's GAAL or Mr. Mkari, because you are communicating with him, but it's fine for that clarity. Happy that I'm being clarified, because I don't want to start with a confusion. Otherwise, the whole process will be confused. We are going to number 4, which is questions and responses. What we are going to do is members are going to ask questions as forwarded to you, or as you have been given to answer. They are going to ask them live now, and then you will respond. After your response, they will have follow-up questions if they have, and then you answer until we are satisfied that the issue has been sufficiently dealt with. Like we said, and I hope already somebody is taking care of that, the issue of this investigation reports.
Yeah.
they must come today. And then maybe even before we start, where are the resolution for 22, 23? Because they are not there in the file. Maybe let's just, but we must not ask questions when we still have questions ourselves.
Okay, who's going to clear yourself? Okay, thanks, Chairperson. My name is Susan Violet, the MSc for Transport and Community Safety. I'm going to allow the CFO to tell us where the resolution for 2023-24 because now my thinking was everything is in the package. So I don't know. Tell us as CFO.
Thank you, MC. My name is Jeff Brown, the CFO of GAAL. So with regard to the resolution for 2022-23 financial year, so these resolutions were not originally sent to the entity, but however they were only received, I think it's not so long ago, I think maybe in Feb. But however, I think in terms of we do have the revised Treasury report that is usually taken into account those same resolutions of 2022-23 financial year. And we do have a report to usually indicate that yes, those were then received and have been attended to. I think in the report that we maybe allow us to share, we can see that this was received, the actual report was received on 16th February 2026. So this is when after we usually then attended to the resolutions of financial year 2022-23 chair. So unfortunately, when we actually then appended to the responses received earlier, when we submitted the file, those were not received. But however, we are seeing that in the latest Treasury report that was received in February, you see the progress made on our responses to those resolutions that were then for 2022.
Yeah, thank you very much. But to be honest, unless if other members have heard, I did not hear what you are saying about that. I could say maybe members like our
You want to go first? I'm not in
Chairperson, at the bottom of the line, my name is Jacques Smaller, member of this portfolio committee. These, if you go to page 1, you would note that we have given you, we requested questions up until the end of those financial years, 23-24, and not to submit any responses to the last question, 10 responses or 10 resolutions that are outstanding. It is unacceptable. It is totally unacceptable. It means that there was no verification process being submitted when the file was put together, one. And it's not only this, because you would have picked up on those investigations reports that the chairperson made mention of earlier, those 2 or 3 reports that are outstanding, Honourable MEC. And I do find it that it does speak to the conduct of the board, it does speak to the conduct of the CFO in this regard, and there should be a better explanation than to say that we've got it, because those issues were not done now in February. These things were done last year, was given to you last year, and you should have been able to deal with it. The explanation is not good enough, Honourable MEC. It's not an explanation on it.
So thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mavocha, and I'm a member of Scopa. Chair, I really can't understand the explanation given. I don't know where he's trying to take us. But you have received these things, the report from Treasury in February. You postponed the meeting that you were supposed to have with us due to other reasons. You were supposed to file an addendum. You were supposed to come with an addendum submitted to our coordinators before this meeting. Even if it was yesterday, you could have finished us with that particular addendum to say that, no, look, we have not done justice to this particular financial year. But however, here's the addendum. Now, how do you expect us to execute our oversight function and be the financial watchdog, whereas you're not giving us all the information that we need to have so that we can dissect this file accurately? So now, that is a serious disservice to us. It's not fair. You can't have information and not share that information and still come to this meeting, leave that information in your office and expect us to say that we have done justice to this particular issue. So I don't know how chair will rule, but I'm saying it's not fair what you have done. It's not fair on the members, it's not fair on this committee, and it's not fair on the people that expect us to perform our oversight function. So Chair, I'm not sure how you're going to rule on this one, but I'm just saying for me it's not fair. Since there are certain issues that you said we will defer them, I think this one we can also, maybe it can also be part of them.
Thanks. My name is Machet, member of this committee. I hold a view that perhaps when the chair was asking that question, was the purpose to give clarity, not to enter into serious discussions. And I would want to submit that perhaps let's summarize, allow the chair to summarize on that matter so that we are able to enter into a proper process. And any other question that may be remaining will then factor as and when we would have dealt with the matter very properly. So I want to submit, Chair, that was my understanding, that it was not meant for discussion. We just wanted to get clarity, and on the basis of that, you can simply then direct us in terms of what.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know why I've raised it? Because it is going to affect the discussion.
Yeah.
Entirely is going to affect the discussion. Remember, they are not there for 2022-23. And 2024, 2023-24, they have not even attempted to implement any resolution. Yeah. So it simply means that we are going to deal with the resolutions that we have dealt with in the last year as hearing. So it has a direct bearing on our discussion. And the other thing, MEC, for example, we had an intention to have even those, and congratulations for getting clean audit. That was anticipated. We had an intention to do follow-up on the resolutions, even for those who have got clean audit. And to tell you, the file from Department of Transport and Community Services was the first to arrive in early January, talking to those resolutions the last year. So for GAAL not to have those resolutions and tell us about February while they were distributed last year is really unacceptable. We may not be able to say what is the no, you should have a way forward, but we can't say further explain, because it is clear that we don't have those resolutions. It's clear that 2023-2024 have not even implemented any of those resolutions. So it means we are going to deal with those resolutions that we have dealt with last year, because up to 21-22 we have dealt with these resolutions. Happy that you are giving progress, and as I went through your responses, those responses are also not detailed. So there are a lot of questions on them, because sometimes when you write a report, you must write a report that will, after presenting, we say thank you. Questions will just be there for clarity maybe, but you write a half-length information, and then after your presentation, we still, everybody say, why did you do this? Why? So that information should just be there and complete. So most of your responses on these resolutions are not satisfactory in terms of content. Honorable, maybe you are coming with the way forward. Then what must we do?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela, member of this committee. Honorable Chair, I don't know, as we have found out that we don't have resolutions of 2023-2024. So I would like to suggest that we leave this question 1, because you have already alluded to that there's nothing that we can do if they don't have those resolutions. So I suggest that we go straight to question 2 and start the process properly. And then I don't know, maybe we can ask them to bring us those resolutions as soon as possible. Maybe we give them a timeline to bring the resolutions as soon as possible, so that we can also have time to go through them, and then we set up another date, and then we call them, and then we deal with that question 1. That's my suggestion, Honorable Chair. I thank you.
That's the proposal, and I think the proposal is in line with what we've been practicing for those previous other hearings where we were not satisfied in question 1. We deferred them and we said we'll give them the date. Can I get a second after that suggestion? Honorable Machete.
My name is Machete Pesi. I do.
Seconded, any objection? Nothing? So let me see. It means question 1 for now we are not going to deal with it, because we may not assess based on the information that we are having, and even the missing resolutions. We may not be effectively and efficiently assess the progress of the resolutions. So what we are saying, because already we said we want those investigation reports and should be submitted, and the sustainability plan. Now we are adding the 3rd item on question 1 as a resolution, because on that day, which will be very soon, and we are putting this responsibility to you, MSC, because will tell us when you are ready, with especially the sustainability plan, because it's the most urgent one. It might affect your allocation, the 400 million that has been allocated to you. It might be withheld by the Treasury until we are convinced. So let's have that plan, which we can say to Treasury, yes, we believe that indeed they are in the right track in terms of sustainability. That's the first thing. The last issue that we have dealt with, I'm just trying to clear this issue so that when we get into the real issues, we don't have to waste time on the issue of the vote as well. If you look at the page, on page, question 8, the last question, question on 8, question 8 on revenue management, Honorable Scopa. I just want to give that back so that when I get into the actual report, we will understand. And on D, question D, what action did the executive authority take against the accounting authority response? The executing authority cautioned and continued to outline to the board about GAAL's previous performance, made submissions of AFS and compliance documents, its collapse and the inability to be financially self-reliant. The accounting officer outlined her expectations of improvement in governance, oversight and performance, as the board is now fully constituted with experienced members And I hope, MEC, you see where my confusion, and I was not confused. I got it from black and white. Here is. So we may not be able to answer it because it's written again, and you've already responded. But I'm saying the information that you write must be correct. Because as you go to that sentence, MEC, we've got a board fully constituted, not interim. And even the annexure that you are referring to us is on annexure 6. You are referring to an annexure that indeed we have got a well-constituted board. Check where they signed, when they have their meetings. I just wanted to mention that, honorable members. But anyhow, can we go to question 2? As agreed that question 1 is not going to assist us, is not going to allow us to assess objectively. So let's go to question number 2. Honorable Mantata Mahasela.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Question 2 is about stagnant in the audit outcome. So the committee has noted that the entity's audit outcome has been stagnant in an unqualified audit outcome, with matters of emphasis from 2023, 2024 to 2024-2025. What specific factors or deficiencies in the entity's financial management and internal controls led to the unqualified audit opinion, with matters of emphasis for 2 consecutive years, resulting in a stagnant audit outcome? It's A. B, question number B. What is the entity's detailed plan and timelines to address the matters of emphasis in order to obtain a clean audit in the upcoming financial period? That's that, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MEC, those are the questions that we have for you.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Let me take those questions back to my chairperson, who is the interim chair, Mr. Ramapuela, to take us through.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Ndabe Ramapuela. I'm the interim board chairperson for GAAL. The questions that you have asked will respond to as provided in the response that we have written, but would, where further clarity is required, if you allow a chairperson, will ask the CEO to provide such clarity or additional information. But what I will do from the side of the board will read through the responses that are provided here, and if you allow, then this was due to inadequate review of disclosure requirement by management, which will be issues that we will attend to. The issues of expenditure, again, wherein we were found that the material misstatement related to expenditure for repairs and maintenance incorrectly classified under work in progress. This resulted from inadequate narrations on the service providers' invoices. And this is how we will answer to question number A. And then, Honorable Chairperson, the second question to that relates to what is the entity's detailed plan and timelines to address matters of emphasis in order to obtain clean audit in the upcoming financial year, which is the 2025-26. We're saying that all the matters of emphasis were sufficiently addressed during the external audit period, and this led the entity to achieving an unqualified audit opinion. The entity has also developed a clean audit strategy to address matters of emphasis to ensure non-recurrence thereof in order to obtain a clean audit in the 2025-26 financial year. The implementation of the clean audit strategy it commenced in the current financial year, which is ending now in March, and the progress is monitored on a monthly basis in the audit steering committee, which we have made reference to annexure number 4 in this particular file that we have submitted. And then the last thing on this question B, which is Roman figure number 4, we are saying that the entity has also improved on its government matters and internal controls in the current financial year. There is a treasury report that we have also attached in this particular case. Honorable Chairperson, that would constitute our initial response to the questions that have been posed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, are there questions on the stagnation of the audit outcome? Honorable Small.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Jacques Smaller. Just with reference to your audit plan and dealing with the issues going forward, I did note the following, that in your action plan, you did indicate that everything is adequately addressed going forward. So therefore, I take it that we're not going to have any issues in the prior years that are coming. But secondly, with reference to getting towards that clean audit and holding people accountable for their actions, and we will speak to it on some of the issues when we come to irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I am trying to understand, when you're looking at your VAT committees and your BEE committees, the accountability part of those individuals in taking account. In your opinion, don't they hold value to, should they not be held accountable for the value chain of let's call it maladministration? Is it just, in your view, the CEO and CFO, or does those two committees also play a role in accountability? And your internal audit risk committee, your internal audit coverage plan, which is for the period 25-26 to 27-28. I have noted comments that you say the board has approved it. Is there a reason why you did not sign, that the CEO, the accounting officer and the board chairperson didn't sign that document? That is at the back. What is the explanation for them not signing that? You are procuring services outside as an internal audit committee, because it seems that you haven't got it, so you're procuring that service. What are you doing in-house before that term of office of that contract concludes? What are you doing to make sure that that service is in-house? Or are you not anticipating to bring that in-house? Are you going to leave that as an external service provider? I want to understand what is the board's feeling around that expenditure going forward. Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings once again. My name is Thabo Mabota, a member of Scopa. I just want to do add on what, actually no, just do a follow up on just what Honourable Smale raised. That you have outsourced your this audit function, I just want to check, because there's an explanation we got prior to this meeting. So I just want to check, what are the cost benefits for you to have someone who's going to perform this duty full-time as you are consistently building internal capacity, and you outsourcing this function year in, year out, or maybe 3 years, 5 years, I guess, and then what benefits do you derive from this? Because our understanding is that we need to build a capacitated and ethical state. So in us building a capacitated and ethical state, we need to have internal capacity. That's what we believe in, that we need to have internal capacity. Right professionals doing the right job, and we pay them the way that they have been educated. But my question is that, what are the benefits and what are the benefits, advantages and disadvantages of this? Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Macheta.
No, thanks very much, Chair. My name is Macheta Pesi, member of this committee. Just 2 questions. One will relate to page 6. And it reads as follows, that the entity incorrectly applied the bad debts provision methodology. So I just want to get a sense of who is responsible in that regard, because the reference is made to the entity, so that we are able to find ways in terms of responsibility management. And on page 7, there's reference to a clean audit strategy, which is monitored by the steering committee monthly. Can we get an assurance in terms of its effectiveness in relation to this clean audit strategy? Just to get a sense whether it is able to take us forward to realize what we think should be the objective of all of us seated here to get a clean audit. Thanks.
Honorable Scopa.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Faith Swafela, member of this committee. Mine is with regard to the material misstatements that are across, or they are contained largely in the areas of PPEs and all that. That why is it that it took an external audit to detect such misstatements instead of such a detectment being made internally through their controls? Secondly, Chair, the entity uses an Excel-based fixed asset register. Have they maybe considered an alternative, since this one has got so many errors that are as a result of the incorrect formulas when they use the Excel? Maybe an automated system or any other alternative that they may have considered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Scopa. And on top of that, we just want to know, do you have the internal control unit? Do you have, I just want an answer to say yes or no, maybe even before I continue with my other question.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Mohadi Matli. I'm the CEO of GAAL. Chairperson, currently we don't have the internal control division. We've got a compliance and risk manager, and we just don't have capacity in the internal control.
Okay, no, I just wanted to understand, because the input that I was going to make was based on the functions of the internal control. Anyway, it means I'm going to reserve them. But you also indicate on page 8 that to the implementation of the clean audit strategy, you started this financial year and you are monitoring on a monthly basis in the audit steering committee. Who are the members of this steering committee? But the other thing that I want to raise is the audit, the clean audit strategy, as indicated in this annexure 4. I know the strategy sometimes is something that you do with a particular purpose, with a particular target to achieve a particular objective or to move into a particular, that's my understanding of a strategy, and could not be just general like you are saying in financial accounting you will ensure that the annual financial statements are prepared in terms of the legislation. That should be done. It's not a strategy. So as I was going through your strategy, I just felt that you are just writing things that must be done. That they can even give you the same results, because if you are not doing those things that you have written there, it means you're not complying. So when you have to do a strategy, it must be specific. It must follow the SMART principle, because you are developing a strategy in targeting a particular outcome, which is the clean audit. But most of the issues that you raise here are just they can't be on target. They can't really hit where you wanted to hit. So the other thing is the Treasury response on annexure 1 is recommending that the 17 findings be addressed before the 31st of December 2025. So I want to check if you have addressed all the 17 findings that you report in the from the audit outcomes, because the Provincial Treasury recommended that this be dealt with by the 17th. So have you achieved that, or have you met that deadline? That's my question. You can.
Okay. Just one small one. What is the capacity of that risk and compliance section? That I just understand how big that unit is. I want to come and ask questions afterwards.
And maybe what is it that they do to assist compliance and to assist them in the control of the financial statement before they are submitted? Emerson?
Thanks. My name is Irregular, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I'll the CEO take us through these questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Mohadi Matli and I'm the CEO for GAAL. The first question was relating to members of BAC and BBC, and we just want to confirm, Chair, that these people are held accountable. They are taken for training and they are appointed in writing. So when there are errors, there's been instances where we have actually taken action against those members, so that they can be accountable for any action that is, or rather anything, their action that has led to irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The second one is related to internal audit. About the document not being signed. I would like to apologize, Chair. This is an oversight on our side when we are making copies. We can confirm that there is a signed copy, and when we submit the documents today, we'll make sure that we submit a signed audit plan with the copies that are due to be submitted today. We apologize to the committee for that oversight. In terms of what we are doing to make sure that in-house we increase our internal controls, we have in the recruitment plan that we are actually submitting to Treasury today, proposed for a position in the internal control department. Currently, we've got only one resource in the audit and risk and compliance section, and that is our risk and compliance manager. So we have in other instances tried to get the colleagues from finance to assist where possible, but we have realized that there is a gap in doing that because internal control and compliance is supposed to be auditing what finance is doing. So in our recruitment plan that we are submitting today to Treasury, we have requested an additional position so that we can increase capacity in our internal control. The cost benefit, through your permission, Chair, I'll let the CFO respond to that. The next one was related to the steering committee in terms of the effectiveness of the committee. The members of those committees is all the function managers in the entity. We have also, we've got support from Treasury and from internal audit, and they sit in this steering committee for oversight, but also for advice. We have these meetings on a monthly basis, and each divisional manager is requested to respond in terms of how far they are with implementation. The support from Treasury and internal audit, especially Treasury, has been very helpful, and we have managed to close some of these issues with the support from Treasury. The issue related to PPE material statement, with your permission, Chair, I'll also request the CFO to respond to. There was also a question about Excel register that we are currently using, and we have actually gone and procured an electronic system. We have it for about 2 or 3 months now that we are using, so that we can start having our asset on an electronic system. But we also use Sage for our accounting, and we are looking at modules within the Sage system to see if there are any modules that we can use for asset management, including ERP on the current Sage that we have. I've already spoken to who are the members of the committee. Internal control, I've responded to that, Chair. If through you, Chair, if I can then ask a CFO to respond to the rest of the questions that have been asked.
Okay. It should be through the MEC. The one who delegated you.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Martin Violet. MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I will now allow the CFO to take us through the remaining questions.
Thank you, MEC. My name is Jeff Kudwani, the CFO of GAAL. So I'll touch on the question regarding the cost benefit regarding insourcing of internal audit function vis-a-vis outsourcing. So in our analysis, Chair, so the current cost of internal audit on an annual basis is around between 900 and 1 million per year, and this covers internal audit activities throughout the financial year. So in about the current contract that we have, I think we conducted at about 3 million or north of 3.1 million or somewhere there. So now the issue is, if we were to then, our analysis that insourcing this might cost will definitely cost the entity a lot more money, because once you then try to establish a fully fledged internal audit department, because that department will have to be manned by a senior internal audit manager. You'll have to have internal auditors. You'll have to then even have, maybe at the senior level, have a senior internal auditor, and below that you'll probably have to have maybe 2 internal auditors. And cost-wise, in terms of salary cost, a senior manager alone will actually then amount to at least over a million, which is the actual same cost that we are actually incurring when we are actually outsourcing this function. So in our view, it is actually, we understand that we have to build capacity, but again, it's still given the situation that we find ourselves with on financial stability issues. So it is actually, cost-wise, it's actually better in the interim to actually outsource this service, unlike bringing in human resources in the entity. And we're also doing this especially given the fact that our public wage bill is actually also a concern. So these were some of the deliberations that we actually undertook. So it is actually much safer or much cost-wise to outsource. Thank you, Chair. And then on the other one, there was a question regarding the incorrect bad debts provision methodology used. So this was actually in the 2023-24 financial year, the other financial year. So what happened here, Chair, is that this was at the time where the entity had capacity constraints. This is at the time where during that financial year, we did not have 2 finance managers. In fact, GAAL has got about 2 finance managers, and both of them were not there. So the one was on maternity leave, the other one was going through a disciplinary hearing, they were suspended. So we had to rely heavily on junior staff. So because of the pressures that were there at the time, so this was missed. So there was an incorrect interpretation of what the methodology said. So instead of doing the calculation as per the methodology, so this was somehow missed. So this was done by one of the accountants. At that time, this was still a junior employee. It wasn't necessarily his function, so they were new into the role. So that's what then happened at that time, Chair. But we must emphasize that yes, since this has not recurred, or there was no repeat finding in the 2024-25 financial year. So with regard to the 17 findings, yes, I think, Chair, this will then consider that yes, we do not necessarily close all the findings as of 31st December 2025, but we can confirm that as of February, our finding resolution was, we actually closed almost about 15 out of the 17, which actually I think is giving us a percentage of about 88%. So the 2 remaining findings, one is almost at 60%, because this has to do with corroborating schedules that we normally receive from our service provider on the air traffic navigation side, but this is something that we receive on a monthly basis. So this will actually, it has started, but will most probably close it just before the end of the financial year. And the other one, Chair, had to do with the performance information that actually requires us to actually retable our APP. So that process is still ongoing. So, but as of now, you can simply say about 15 of the 17 findings are subjectly closed. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. I can see hands for, and I believe that is follow-up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honorable Suma.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Jacques Smaller. Just with reference to the risk compliance one person, when was that person appointed within your department? And the reason why I'm asking that is you've got about 66 cases before the financial misconduct report that you are dealing with. And it's clear that we are looking at your size of your organization and your organogram. It's quite a lot of cases in that space. That's the first thing. The second one, with your limited resources or skill set or available, you know, to deal with your functions. I hope that you did reach out to Treasury, but I want to understand that, have you reached out to your shareholder, especially around shared services that government does provide? Have you put a pitch forward in that regard to deal with some of your compliance matters, especially around the financial side? it is something that is being done to other departments, your internal audit committees and all of those things. But what I want to understand is, have you formally approached your shareholder, which is sitting there on your left-hand side, and your MEC on the other side? So, have you? Thank you, MEC. Thank you, Chair.
No, we still want you as a chair.
Yeah. You have a follow-up as well?
Yes.
Okay.
And I was saying we still want you as a chair. You're fine here. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabucha, a member of Scopa. Chair, my follow-up was provoked by some of the things that were said by the CEO and CFO. Chair, the clean audit strategy, I just want to check just a few things. That how often do you revise the strategy? Because to me it looks like a copy and paste. How often do you revise it? And then, since it's a strategy, if you see that the strategy, I forgot. It's strategy for breakfast. I forgot it. Yeah, but if your strategy is not meeting your expectations, you have been trying to get your clean audit for a couple of years now. So you can see something is wrong with your strategies. So what is it? What is it that you are doing? And you know, Chair, when the CFO and CEO speak, you will see they are quite knowledgeable about the entity. But you then fail to fathom why that entity, small as it is, it's unable to get a clean audit. Because imagine if the provincial government is to invest billions and billions of rents into it, what's going to happen? So I'm just saying, where does it seem to be a challenge, a Chair, or the clean audit that we saw? That we don't want to see you. Want to see you when we are dealing with resolutions, but where are the limitations? Where are the shortfalls? So for now, that's all that I wanted to say already. Carrie, you understand the institution very well, but when it comes to the actual performance, we are not getting it. So what's the problem? Maybe, I don't know, Chair.
Yeah, I think you are very right. Even some of the responses and the file shows, but I have observed that there is an element of not taking some of the things very serious. Because MEC, if we say, for example, we want a document now, like we said we want a forensic report, I think it is one report. And it is signed and is somewhere. So when you photocopy it, you just take it, photocopy it, and put original back. So I don't understand why the sample clean audit will have the one that is stored, which is signed, and the other one that is somewhere ready for photocopying, not signed. So it brings a very serious contradiction on the two, because if we say we want document, you know, you go to the file, these are all the documents, you say you want this file, you photocopy and then you put it down. So in GAAL we have got a photocopy, a file of documents that are signed as fine. We've got others that can be just taken which are not signed and which we are not sure if it reflects the same as that one signed. Because if we've got one signed, the other one is not signed. The possibility is that they might not be two same. They might not be the same. They might be two different documents. So just wanted to indicate that, because the CEO has indicated that the issue of that report might be just because when there's a signed one, it is because when they were photocopying, they just took any other one, which we are not sure is the same one as was supposed to be included here. Yeah, just wanted to talk about that question.
Thanks.
There were follow-up questions, maybe if they can deal with them.
Thanks, Chairperson, and my name is Susan Violet, MSc for Transport and Community Safety.
My name is Mohadi Matli, and I'm the CEO for GAAL. Thank you, MEC. The Risk and Compliance Manager was employed in May 2017. That was the first question of when the person was employed. In terms of shared services, the honorable member is referring to the Provincial Internal Audit Committee. The committee is for departments, as far as I know, and it does not cover entities. So on those shared services, the entities are not involved. But in terms of getting support from our shareholder, there is an oversight meeting that we hold on a monthly basis. An internal control from the department sits in that committee, and they assist us in terms of giving oversight in terms of our internal control. And the honorable member made a comment about where are the challenges. And Chairperson, I would like to indicate that majority of our challenges are actually legacy issues. If we look in the file, you will see that majority of the challenges that we have are cumulative from 2014. And in the recent years, we haven't really had any new challenges. If I give an example with irregular expenditure, in the previous financial year, there has not been, we haven't incurred any irregular expenditure. However, majority of the issues that we are dealing with is legacy issues, where we are supposed to take action. The members of the board have left the entity, and the officials that are supposed to take accountability have also left the entity. And so where we are still struggling to close certain matters are more legacy than the new ones. I can assure the committee that we are doing everything that we can to work towards a clean audit, but we will still be marred with a lot of issues that come from legacy. Through you, MEC, if I can please let the CFO then respond to how often we revise the strategy and what we do if we see that it's not effective.
Yeah, no, thank you. Again, my name is Jeff Kulwani, the CFO of GAAL. So, generally speaking, a clean audit strategy is developed every year. This will then emanate from your recent audit outcome. Obviously, if you are either qualified or unqualified, then we'll then devise a clean audit strategy or an audit improvement plan. So this is not static. So this will be developed each and every year based on the outcome. So I think maybe also just to add that to what the CEO has said. Look, but so if you then look at the GAAL's history, usually going back to as far as 10 years, 14 years back, you will see that there were serious challenges, especially in terms of internal controls, in terms of audit outcomes, accounting issues. You'll see that the entity had almost qualified audit opinions going as far back as those years, including adverse opinion, a disclaimer in one of the financial years. But I think if you then look at the recent history, usually given the fact that I think in 2021-22, the entity was sitting at an adverse audit opinion that was improved to qualified. In 2022-24, we were able to then obtain the first unqualified audit opinion in 7 years, and we were able to then sustain that unqualified audit opinion in the 2024-25 financial year. So there's been progress. So we are also the view that the plans that we have put in place should be able to then get an entity at the level where we'll be able to then obtain a clean audit outcome. And we're of the view that yes, clean audit outcome is a high possibility in the 2025-26 financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honorable Macheta.
No, thanks very much. My name is Macheta, member of this committee. Just to get a sense of what we are saying, because normally the strategy would be reviewed in a particular period. In this case, we are saying it's annual. It's understood, but you cannot keep on developing every year. Because if you are to develop every year, it means you develop something this year, by next year, it doesn't give you anything. But if you say you are reviewing the strategy, you are then telling us that there were certain elements of the strategy that did not help, and therefore you are beefing up the strategy. So I thought we must factor that concept, that it is reviewed annually. You don't just every year develop, because if it's about development, then it may as well lose meaning in terms of the understanding. No, thanks, Chair.
I think that is in order. Indeed, you have to review it based on what the AG has raised and in terms of addressing certain issues. Yeah, I think question 2 has been sufficiently dealt with. Can we go to question 3? Who is reading question 3?
Thanks, Chair. My name is Faith Scopa. I'll take you through question 3. It's on irregular expenditure. The committee noted that on page 39 of the APP, the entity disclosed an irregular expenditure of 36.6 million for the 24-25 financial year. The committee further noted that the accounting authority failed to prevent this irregular expenditure as required by section 51(1)(b) of the PFMA. A. Why did the accounting authority not prevent the irregular expenditure of 36 million as required by section 51? B. Why did the entity not investigate the irregular expenditure of 36 million in the 2024-25 financial year? C. Provide the detailed breakdown of the irregular expenditure. D. Who are the responsible officials? E. What action did the accounting authority take against the officials responsible? F. What actions did the accounting authority put in place to deal with the disclosed irregular expenditure? G. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. MSC?
Thanks, Chairperson.
And maybe even before, we really want to applaud the entity for not incurring any irregular expenditure for 2023-24. It really shows that the strategies that they are employing are working, and we encourage you to continue to do the good work. Thank you very much. You can continue in terms of.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Mathieu Susano Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Allow me to take the question to the Chairperson of the board.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Ndabe Ramakwela. I'm the interim chairperson of the GAAL board. I am going to read into record the responses to the questions that have been raised on question number 3, beginning with question 3A, which says, why did the accounting authority not prevent the irregular expenditure of 36.65 million as required by section 51(1)(b) Roman figure 2? We hereby provide the following response, Honorable Chairperson, that the accounting authority acknowledges that the irregular expenditure of 36.656 million was not prevented in terms of the applicable laws, which is the section 51(1)(b) Roman figure 2 of the PFMA. The amount is a cumulative amount from the 2009-2010 financial year up to 2023 and 2024 financial years. The entity did not incur any new irregular expenditure in the 2024 and 2025 financial year. The incurrence of the irregular expenditure mainly resulted due to the following. That is from 2010 until 2009 until 2024, the number one issue has been identified as the lack of understanding of procurement process by user departments and SCM officials in an event where there are justifiable reasons for deviations or expansions. In other cases, as seen here in the 2023-24, procurement was made without conducting the necessary market analysis as identified by the Auditor General. That also, number two, the deviation to procure services was not approved before services were rendered in the 2023-24 financial year as identified. That number three, there were procurement that were made without obtaining the three quotations in the 2016 to 2017 up to the 2023-24 financial years. So that means that for all those years, the Auditor General has identified those matters as matters that are recurring. The number four issue has been that the appointment of service providers has been found that some of them didn't have a valid tax clearance certificate and did not meet the local content requirements as required by the law, particularly from the years 2011, 2012 until 2024. 2024. The fifth element here that we are putting on record is that the entity did not publish tender results after awarding of tenders as illustrated in the years 2015-16 up to 2018-2019. The sixth issue has been that the Auditor General found that quotations that were used in the 2019-2020 financial years were split instead of going into a single quotation as required by law. And the seventh element has been that the has been a finding that a possible intentional and deliberate non-compliance to SCM regulations, and this resulted in Provincial Treasury instituting a forensic investigation for tenders awarded by the entity, particularly in the 2017 and 2018 financial year, amounting to this particular amount of 26,600,887. These matters were also reported to the law enforcement agencies by the entity, and as you would see later, we would refer to certain cases that have been referred to the South African Police Services for further handling. The entity did not incur any irregular expenditure in the 2024-25 financial year, and as the chairperson has already alluded that possibly the strategies that were put in place are bearing fruit in this particular year. The B element of question number 3 asks why did the entity not investigate the irregular expenditure of 36,656,000 in the 2024-25 financial year, and that the investigations were conducted in line with the table on item BD as we shall illustrate there. And then also the number C, question to 3, or the sub question C to question 3, the committee requires us to provide the detailed breakdown of irregular expenditure, and that has been provided for in the Annexure 5 there. And the D element of question 3 has been who are the officials that are responsible, and we have provided a whole list in the pages attached there, wherein from pages 11 and 13 going up to the end, we have been able to indicate up to page 14 the names of individuals there towards the end of page 14. The question 3E was what action did the accounting authority take against the officials responsible? Is that no action was taken against any official for the 2024 financial year as there was no irregular expenditure incurred. The actions that were taken against other officials were captured in number 3D above as indicated in the page 14 of our submission. And then the question 3F asks what actions did the accounting authority put in place to deal with the disclosed irregular expenditure? And we respond by saying and put on record that the entity submitting condonations to the provincial treasury regularly. A total of 11,350,813 was condoned in the 2024 financial year as we show in the Annexure 8. However, the entity is struggling to condone other amounts of the cumulative irregular expenditure due to the difficulty in concluding loss determination for old amounts, as competitive market prices are very difficult to obtain. Service providers are reluctant to provide the information as they are aware that the entity is not necessarily procuring but instead conducting a loss determination exercise. The entity will engage the source advice from the provincial treasury in exploring alternative methods of conducting loss determination. And the question that comes here from the last question, or question G, 3G, what measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? We put on record the response here that the accounting authority implemented the following measures to prevent the recurrence of irregular expenditure: that all deviations or extensions or expansions on contracts, they are approved by the bid adjudication committee, which then will be held accountable for any decisions that may come thereafter. The second issue, therefore, is that the entity continues to provide bid committees with training for officials that are involved in this work, so that where there is lack, they will be able to improve on their knowledge of applicable laws and regulations. The third element is that the Board Audit and Risk Committee has been appointed effective October 2020 financial year and continues to provide oversight on financial and supply chain matters. And we also have to highlight here, Honorable Chairperson, that even within the interim board, we have established this particular committee, that is the Board Audit and Risk Committee, that will continue with work that has been done by the previous committee, so that there shouldn't be any gap that appears because of such an issue. And the fourth element that we are also putting onto record is that internal auditors have been appointed to provide assurance and conduct periodic audits in terms of the audit plans that we have put in place, including the clean audit strategy that we have disclosed to the to this meeting. Honorable Chairperson, these are the submissions that we are making as response to the question 3 and all the subsections that are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me check with honorable members if there are questions. Like we said, we really appreciate your efforts of ensuring that the entity does not incur the regular expenditure, but it is still important that you deal with those legacy issues, because they will be in your financial statement every year, and as long as the AG is able to point out this in his or her report, you must know that the issue of clean audit is very far from you. So I think you must be able to deal with these issues. And with irregular expenditure, there are 2 things or 3 things: investigation, consequence management. That is a policy issue. If you can't go through the investigation, which that's why we want them now, so that we see the recommendations of those investigation reports and check if you are implementing the recommendation in terms of consequence management until the matter is settled and until the Treasury and the AGSA are satisfied that indeed we have sufficiently dealt with that matter. Honorable Nantata Mahasan.
Thank you very much,
and then followed by Honorable Smale and Honorable Mabuja and Honorable Machet.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm still Maklodi Caroline Mantata Mahasana. Honorable Chair, I just want clarity. I heard the chairperson reading these numbers. It's on page 10. Say these millions, which is here on our papers, we're having 28.6 million, and then he said 26.6 million. So I just want him to clarify us, because I don't know.
Was it a slip of the tongue?
Maybe, I don't know. I just want him to clarify us. Oh, the 28. Okay.
My name is Ndabe Ramakwela, interim chairperson of the board. Let me correct myself if I might have slipped. The figure I'm reading here is 28,606,887.
Okay, thank you,
If
Chair.
that corresponds with what you have on the other documents, that's exactly the figure that we are reading into record. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Another question is this, that on page 15, on the responses, no action, answer number 1 from them is this, that they said no question was taken against any official for the 2024-2025 financial year, and there was no irregular expenditure incurred. Yes, we understand, but when it comes to question number 2, I see like there's contradiction there, because they say actions taken against other officials are captured number 3D above. What for? Because they've already told us that they didn't incur any irregular expenditure. So what for? Why those officials were acted against them? Why? Because you told us that there was no irregular expenditure incurred in that year. Thank you so much. Just to clarify.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Smale.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. So when I do, you see the problem that I've got is that because you didn't put in the BDO report, you didn't put those investigations reports. It's not clear that all the names that I'm seeing is the people that are being affected. So that is the one concern that I've got. Secondly, if I look at some of the supply chain awards that are being made, it clearly says that there's a BAT committee, there's a BEE committee that looks at this before the final award is coming through. And if something is done irregularly at those phases, because that's why I asked the question right in the beginning, those people must also be held accountable. And I'm looking at these names here, and these are all senior management, upwards. It's not clear if the others at, when I look at number 2 and number 3, those names, it's not clear what those people's positions are. So it's difficult if I just look at a name and I don't understand where that fit into the bidding process. So I would ask in the future, especially in the future, let's make it clear where people sit at which committee so that one deals with it. So you say that in your response F that the entity will engage and source advice from Provincial Treasury. I'm asking if you've done that in writing and when. Because when you did ask for the condonement of your 11 million, and I'm taking you back to Annex 8, signed, and looking at the response of the HOD of Treasury, Mr. Pratt, on the 11th of October 2024. It's nearly a year and a half since he has signed off that I'm not condoning those two amounts. The first one, I take your view of the loss being determined is difficult on the one, but the 3 million rand, the non-compliance with the supply chain management process appointment of Melrom Group, and then it says it's referred back to you because no evidence has been provided that the loss determined. There's no evidence that has been provided. I cannot understand why that 3 million rand was not resubmitted for condonement with the correct supporting documents. Let me put it in that way. So if I look at that, you have written to Treasury after that date again for condonement. But I'm just trying to understand, why haven't you picked up on that yet? And then it comes to, I want to get the sense that there is capacity now, but I'm still not getting it on why there's a delay on the one side, Honourable NEC. And then I'm also getting the feeling that we want to hold people accountable that are no longer in service. I want to blame it, but the people that may be in there, because I don't know if the BEE, if the BEE committee and the BAT committee members of that time, if they are still in the service of GAAL, of that time. And if they are, MEC, I would ask you to re-look at the portion where we hold people accountable, and that you apply your mind through the board, the interim board that has been appointed, to say how do we hold those people then accountable for those actions that have taken place. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mawocha.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mawocha, a member of Scopa. Chair, there are two observations that I've made. One, the entity would write to another government entity, be it the department, be it the municipality, for example, let's say a municipality, that there's this particular person, there are these findings against him. Unfortunately, as we are about to discipline him, this person decided to resign and join him. Now, please deal with him at that particular level, and then they'll get a response that's not favorable. To say, no, unfortunately, we have no jurisdiction to deal with this particular person. So I just want to check with the entity that when you get such type of responses, what's your attitude? What do you do? You just say, oh, there's nothing. The new employer is saying you can't do anything, and then you just throw your hands in the sky, and then you fell on a moon. The other thing that I've observed, Chair, is that there is this culture of, but a strategy, it's culture for breakfast. Yeah. There's this culture that it's there within the institution, whereby you send a warning letter, and then we are giving you 6 months. Then after the 6 months, maybe after 8 months, you sign another one, or no, Mr. Mama warning in 6 months. So I just want to check, or MEC, when a person has been found or is a habitual offender, what do? You just say, you just give him consistent written warnings, and then it ends there. For the same offense, year in, year out. Unfortunately, we are only able to see 2. And these letters are following one another in consecutive years. This one happened in this year, the other one, the following year got a similar letter. So now, don't you think that this person knows, or you said my warning lasts for 6 months, and then I will be a good boy or a girl for 6 months, and then after 6 months, then they go back to their old ways. So it's a concern that I have, and then I think that's all from me. Just those 2.
No, thanks very much. My name is Chris Machete, member of this committee. Just to get a sense, because if you look at page 9, which also led to instituting of a forensic investigation by the provincial treasurer. Above there are a lot of things that had happened, which might constitute dereliction of duty on the part of the authority, accounting or whatever authority. So I just want to check beyond what the provincial treasurer has done, what is it that internally you have done to ensure that these matters do not continue as they are, because some of them are purely deliberate and intentional, as your report commits that statement. So I just want to check, but also to invoke Section 38 of the PFMB, which directs what is expected of the accounting officer or the authority in that regard. I will not mention the issues, but on page 9, you see that there were a lot of things that happened, starting from a lack of understanding up until possible intention and deliberate non-compliance to a certain regulation. So the question is, what is it that we have done internally, to deal with these challenges? And if the forensic investigation as instituted by the provincial treasury has been there, what have you done in relation to the content of the forensic investigation to deal with the supplementary? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, honourable members. My question will be on the role played by the board. I'm not sure if it is this interim board or is the previous board in terms of reviewing the investigation report of the BDO. On the attached annexure 15, it is detailed to indicate how the board has reviewed the investigation report from the BDO. So I just want to check the jurisdiction of the board in terms of reviewing that particular decision, because the recommendation, even though the report is not here, which is the one of the reports that we say must come, so that we are able to assess all these events. But according to the board, it's saying the recommendation was to say they must take action against the CEO, whose irregular was identified while she was with the CFO. And there's somewhere where they are even indicating that based on the mitigating factors that the CEO has indicated that by that time she was still inexperienced, she was all those factors that she indicated. But now she's now experienced and even have changed some of the challenges that the entities were facing. And it is on that basis that the board decided to say, no, let's go back to the report and review it. And after reviewing it, they said, no action must be taken. So I'm questioning the procedural implication of that particular issue. And on the other the same report, where it's indicating that the entity tried to write to the Treasury for condonation of some of the 3 projects which were rejected or taken back, to say no, you have to go back and deal with 1, 2, 3. And even without seeing what or asking the Treasury or going further for the reasons, I know that for the Treasury to condone, there must be an investigation, which believe it was there, is the BDO report investigation. So we tick that it complies. There must be consequence management. And on consequence management, the BDO report recommended that the CEO be held accountable on the issues that were raised previously. And then the board said, no, we are waiving that particular decision, or we are reviewing that particular decision. So it is on that particular basis that I think the Treasury said, no, because you have not complied in terms of the Treasury regulations, there is no there's no evidence that we have taken consequence management, then you must go back. So this decision of the board, I think, has consequences, but I'm questioning the legality of it, or what compelled them, or what were the reasons why they had to reverse what the forensic, and I believe that forensic report was paid for that investigation. But just to be reversed just like that, I don't see it having a positive impact on the organization. But the other thing is on the issue of a union and the recovery of some money from members. Yeah, but what I want to raise on this one is that, and I'm not biased, I must not be misunderstood. This matter happened some years, so many years back, and after so many years, you write to members to say you have to deduct money. So, question is that I did not have my facts right, because okay, you wrote this in 2024. If I can be assisted, maybe let me not talk about the date, but let me see. It's so many years this happened. The overtime and the issue were paid. There was an overpayment of some sort, but they took about more than 5 years to want to recover the overpayment. So when they start to negotiate the overpayment, then the union said, no, this matter has prescribed. There's no way you can can come after 5 years and say you want to depart. So the question is, why did you take 5 years? Why was this matter taken head on when it first started? But the last issue is, in some cases, we have got Matabata T. We also have another one who is in Urban Municipality, who we have written letters for consequence management, but the municipality saying they don't have jurisdictions, and then you opened cases. But with Matabata here, the same reason, the current employer does not have a jurisdiction, but you don't tell us if you have opened a case against him or her. Why is it not applying like the other one? I think this one of Nkoman, there is no formal dismissal letter. I'm not sure if it is mixing things, but there is no formal dismissal letter. The report is indicated how you have taken the disciplinary hearing and the verdict, but there's no formal. But the other one is this one here, CIPC, non-filing of annual returns. Your reasons are, it is because the submission month is 2 months before you file your annual financial statement or something like that. So my question is that if this is the case, does this mean that you are going to incur this every financial year? Maybe if I can just be very specific. You are saying CIPC requires GAAL to file the annual returns 1 month after the financial year ends, which is April. However, the entity needs to submit the audited financial statement when filing, which is only available in July, and that time there will be penalties incurred. So you are saying the CIPC wants April, and you can only have it ready in July. So does it mean every year will incur this regular expenditure because of this reason? Don't you have something that you can do? But I've seen somewhere when you're responding that you are submitting in May. I think you will be able to give us the details or advise us better to say then what must happen in that regard. On the other issues, I think Honorable Mabuja has tried to raise them, the issue of a person who is given letters, owning letters more than 2 times, and on a very serious issue. Bo Netifefe, Ramati, you see they are always getting owning letters, and in some cases, and we always argue about this issue to say, what is a verbal warning? Verbal, and I think Scopa we also came up with a new term for that, so that it suits how most of our departments are capturing it. Verbal written warning, MEC, because when you say verbal warning and you give a person a written warning, then it becomes confusing. What is a verbal warning? And maybe what is the difference between verbal warning and written warning? Because they are covered, all of them, in the grievance procedure and disciplinary procedure. You can give a worker a verbal warning. You can, after that, give a written warning, final written warning. So there are 3. Yes. But let's talk about the 2. What's the difference? When I give you a verbal warning and when I give you a written warning, is it the same thing? Yeah. These are some of my questions, but why do we have a person getting a written warning, final written warning this year, and then after 2 years you give him the very same final written warning? It might be on the different matter, it's fine, but this person is consistently bringing the entity into this review. So you just keep on giving him or her the written warning. So these are some of the questions that I wanted to ask.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I will answer to the first question that was raised by Honorable Mantata Mahasela. The first one, it says we didn't incur any irregular expenditure. That's why we don't have any names of people that were supposed to be taken to task. But the ones that we are referring to are referring to the previous ones, not the current one. If you can look at that statement, it talks about the first, they're saying we didn't commit any irregular, but there's that other name, 3 names, 3 people. The 3 people that we are referring to, we're referring to the 3 people that are part of the previous irregular expenditure that were incurred before the 2024-2025 years. We're not talking about the ones. So I will try to answer that the last one that you asked, Chairperson, of saying, what is the difference? When you talk about verbal warning, it's where you sit with the employee, you show him or her where he has committed an offense. But as a person who's managing that process, you'll be having somewhere where you'll write to say, on this day, I had a meeting with so-and-so, cautioning that person about the mistake that is he or she is doing. It's for me, so that next time when he comes, I will be referring to the same things that I've written that day that I met with him or her. Then it's then that I will start issuing written warning number 1, written warning number 2, but it can't exceed 2 written warnings. That's what I know as the Chairperson. Thank you so much. And let me take this opportunity and give this to the Chairperson of the board, Mr. Ramakwena.
Yeah, maybe before MEC, because myself also, I was making a mistake when I was referring to one case. It was in the question 4. So then I think we'll ask it when we come there. Okay. And we are noting, and maybe we should just be on record to say that there's no irregular expenditure in 2024 and 2025. But now we are accounting for the previous irregular expenditures. So the project and all those disciplinary hearings, the consequence management, are for the previous financial years, starting 2024, 2025, and 2014, 2015, 2018, and so on. So we are very clear. On the verbal warning, I understand very well, and I just wanted us to, for record and for future purpose, because on 17.19, we have a verbal warning letter. I believe that VBLA means verbal warning, unless if the VBL is consulting what? Is it a consulting engineering? Because when I saw it VBL, then it confused me, but it's fine. Verbal written warning, you cannot give a person a letter, but you must have a record as a manager. That's my argument. But in some cases, yeah, we see letters where maybe we're saying verbal written only. But I think it will be dealt with. It's not a big issue. We're just saying, as we're dealing with it, so that we don't argue to say, when are we saying it's verbal, when are we writing? Yeah, can you continue?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm Ndabe Ramakwera, the interim chairperson of the GAAL board. There will be a number of questions I will ask the CEO to kindly respond to. But Chairperson had asked what is the role played by the board in terms of the review of investigations of the BDO report. And she was reading the conclusion that came thereof, also the response to say which board was this, and I wanted to put it on record that it was a matter that was dealt with by the board that expired in December 2025. The interim board, which started in February 2026, hasn't sat down to deal with some of the cases, would instead follow up on those matters to look into the impact that they have in the future interaction with this particular committee. So those are the decisions that were taken by the previous board. And then I will then allow the CEO, through you, MEC, to then respond to other questions that were raised by the members on the aspect we presented on question 3. Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Mahadi Matli and I'm the CEO for GAAL. We take note of the comments and the concerns from the honorable member about the report not being included, which makes it difficult to check if the names that are stated are actually all the names, but also the guidance. We received the guidance about including positions. I would like to also just confirm that not all the members that are on this are senior members only. One of the members, which is Rafani, is a supply chain officer. There's another one that is Mr. Chauke, he's our security officer. So among the names that are here, there are also members of committees that have been named as responsible officials. In terms of the Treasury report, or rather the condemnations that were declined, since the last report that came from the HOD of Treasury, we have submitted twice to submit the information that is required. And unfortunately, both times the requests were declined. And if maybe I can just take the committee into confidence to say, the challenge that we have clearing this irregular expenditure is related to cost determination, where we are supposed to look at what was the cost of that service at the time that this occurred. And some of these things happened 10 years ago. And when we go to suppliers to get that information, the suppliers are not very keen to provide this information because there is no benefit to them. But I would like to confirm that a meeting has already taken place with Treasury. We said at the end of January 2026, and we have reached consensus with Treasury in terms of how we are going to deal with this irregular expenditure. We have resubmitted to Treasury, and we trust that the next results that we are going to get is going to be positive, and that is going to clear a big amount of the 36 million that is irregular expenditure. The other question was, when we get the responses from municipality and other external stakeholders, do we just give up? And we have actually just discussed in management to say, from an internal thinking point of view, we have actually thought if this is the response that we have, then there's nothing that we can do. But recently in our management committee, we actually thought we should look at one of the lawyers on our panel to seek legal advice from them to say, if we reach up to this point, are there any further legal steps that we can take? So the intention is that we are going to forward these letters to one of our lawyers on the panel, and I must confess that this is a decision that we have taken recently in our exco, and we are still going to implement it. But we'll make sure that we send these queries by the end of March. In terms of the culture of warning letters, we've got our HR manager. She can add where the answer might be that might need extra additions. But we just want to say that we are guided by the Basic Conditions of Employment Act and the Labor Relations Act. And in every action that we take cognizance of what the Labor Relations Act says in terms of implementing these. Unfortunately, the members are right to say sometimes somebody will literally live out the 6 months, but it becomes very difficult to now then floor the processes of the Labor Relations Act. And now we might end up with other challenges of labor laws if we don't follow those. Beyond what Treasury has done in terms of the BDO report, the internal controls that we have put in, the first thing we have noted that some of our challenges come from deviations not being approved properly or expansions and variations. We have now put a process where BAC must approve these processes. So if in the procurement process there is anywhere where we are required to deviate or vary, then the BAC looks at this before recommendation to the accounting officer so that we make sure that processes are followed. The second measure that we put in place, any tender that is above 5 million or 5 million and above, we take it for probity check through our internal audit so that the internal audit can go through our processes and make sure that there are no flaws in the process. But also, even with the limited resource that we have in our compliance department, we still take the files to compliance so that they check the processes for us so that we don't end up with all these unwanted expenditures. There was a question about action being taken beyond writing to the current employer of the previous CFO. We have also included the previous CFO in the SEPS reports that we have submitted to the authorities. And the reason why there's two different processes, irregular expenditure requires that we take action from a disciplinary point of view, and Fruitless requires that we recover. So the SEPS process against the CFO is so that we can recover. So she is included in the SEPS report. Reviewing of the BDO report, Chair, I happen to be the party that is involved in this matter, and I'm not sure if my response is not going to come through as conflicted, and maybe I'm not sure how to deal with that issue. But in terms of implementation of the report, anybody that is below senior management, the CEO is responsible to take action to implement the recommendations of the report. And anybody that is in senior management and the CEO, then the board takes action against that person, or board is responsible for implementation of the report. The chairperson is quite right. Some of the issues that are related to clearing of irregular expenditure, Treasury have specifically said there is no consequence management in this regard, and as a result, we will not be condoning the irregular expenditure. The MEC has raised the issue with the board. Unfortunately, the board was delayed in terms of coming to a conclusion in terms of what action, and I'm talking about the previous board just for the record. I'm not talking about the interim board. If we look at the report, they only took the decision in December 2025, which was towards the end of the board. So we submitted this report to Treasury in December, and it should be part of the new reviews that Treasury is going to take into consideration. the question about why it took so long to recover from the money from the union. Chairperson, between 2019 and 2022, GAAL actually operated without an HR manager, or actually without any senior managers. The people that were running the entity were people that are either acting or seconded from the department. Unfortunately, in that period of about 4 to 5 years, there's a lot of issues that fell between cracks because of the lack of oversight at the right level of implementing this issue. In 2022, upon appointment of new managers, that's when we actually looked at all the irregular expenditures and all the unwanted expenditures, and we started going back to implement. That is why, Chair, you will note that most of the actions are then taken from 2022 up to date. The issue related to CIPC, I'll let CFO respond to that, but we have found a solution to the matter, and going forward we shouldn't be experiencing any irregular expenditure. The Honorable MEC has responded to the last one regarding the verbal warning. So MEC, if I can just let our CFO respond to the issue relating to CIPC and any other matter that I might have left out, CFO.
No, thank you. My name is Jeff Kuloni, the CFO of GAAL. So with regard to the CIPC, I think the CEO has covered it. So with resolved that we'll then submit the draft AFS to CIPC instead of waiting for the full set of audited to ensure that we actually meet their regulatory time frames. So this is what we've been doing. So we've not incurred any new resolution expenditure. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you very much. If you have covered, and maybe let me check with members if there's a follow-up. But we are just concerned indeed about the consequence management. Yeah, that is even if you look, you see this Annex 7 is saving all the proof that you are taking consequence management, but it's not complying. It's not complying because if I can give you an example of this verbal warnings letters and you having, for example, on number 20, you are telling this person to say you are found guilty, but there's no evidence that you had a formal hearing, because there's no way you can just say you are found guilty without a hearing. There was supposed to be a report on the formal hearing with the recommendations that you are found guilty, and then the sanction. So, MEC, I think if we can be very, very, very serious on these issues, consequence management. Some of the irregular expenditures, because we'll be complying, it won't be malicious compliance, because some of these things are just malicious compliance, and indeed it can be tolerated. Honorable.
Thank you. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Masela. I also want to encourage the department, the entity, that please, you must try by all means to make it a point that you recover all your finances, the loss of your finances. Try by all means to recover that, so that you mustn't be in debt. That's that from me. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Machete, just before you come in, because I was still on this thing of verbal warning and warning letters. To show you, or it's just a compliance matter. if you look at 7.2, the Chief Security Officer Manual, you are saying verbal warning and you are indicating there. But on number 4, you are advised of the right to appeal within 5 days. Is there provision to appeal verbal warning in the regulations, the MSC? So can you see that these are just compliance? Maybe they will just return even before. You even acknowledge, you even want a witness for a verbal warning. When I'm in an office with the employee to say no, but what you are doing is not fine. I'm recording in my book. But on the letter you will even say you can appeal the verbal warning, and you must also sign the letter for verbal warning and have also a witness. So this things just shows that we are just saying to say, hey, when is the date for Scopa? You put. No, that is not how it should be done. We must just do the real work in terms of the consequence management. No, we have.
Sorry, I didn't see that.
Thanks very much.
I didn't see that.
Honorable Machete, please. Perhaps one must just comment. I'm not inviting discussion on the matter that I'm going to comment. Because part of the issues as established with regard to labor relations here may then lead to asking a question whether within that HR, if you have, do you have a labor relation practitioner? I know of an institution that we once led, which was relying to lawyers, and they will sit and take a resolution. And that resolution, many of them did not see the light of the day because that function was not given to a proper person. And we're to deal with that upon appointing a labor relation officer who will be dealing specifically with matters of labor relations. So it's food for thought, because if you look at all of these things, it points to that point that there may be a gap in that field. But my question was not answered in page 9. And if that question was answered, I might not have heard. If it was answered, you may confirm that it was answered and then we move on. But I asked the question on page 9. Thanks very much.
Can you repeat it, Honorable Machete, so that they are reminded on the question?
No, thanks very much. It was in relation to the response on question 3A, and I gave an example that starting from lack of understanding coming to the last point, so that I don't read them. And then I said, what is it that you have done internally? Because even the very same report that were given us acknowledges that there were possible intentional and deliberate non-compliance to SCM regulation. That's what you wrote. Then I said, what is it that we have done internally? And if there's nothing that was done, all of these things led to the provincial treasury having to institute a forensic investigation. And I further said, if the forensic investigation report is with you, have you then subjected that forensic investigation into implementation? Those were the two questions that I asked. Thanks very much. If they have answered, then I will be satisfied. It's fine.
Almost one.
Chairperson, I would want us to note let's call it the annex, let's call it annex 7 of the so-called written warnings and letters and everything, until we have a proper oversight over the Treasury report, the BDO report, and some of those other reports, to see if the necessary sanction was taken appropriately so. Because when you read some of these issues, it would seem that some of these sanctions are of a serious nature. And, but without having the evidence on the one hand to substantiate that was written here, I don't think it will be fair for us to make a proper judgment. So I would want us to refer to withhold our final remarks or resolutions that we may want to take with regards to that until we have proper oversight over those reports, because we might want to come with a different opinion, and I just want us to note that and leave it until there, so we don't close this section properly.
So what you are saying annexure number 7 will be dealt with sufficiently when we have received the investigation report.
I agree.
Because
I
that
believe that
will be informed.
Yes.
Yeah, but one matter that we can conclude now is that a verbal warning is a verbal warning, and there's no appeal for it.
Yeah, I agree.
That one, even without a report, we can conclude of it.
Yeah.
That the verbal warning should be recorded in the manager's book or somewhere. But you can't have a letter like this and also be given to say you've got the right to appeal. How do you appeal when I've spoken to you verbal? So, but I think you are noting it, that as and when we receive those reports, and then we'll also assess indeed if indeed this warrants written warning or whatever. I'm not sure if the concern of Honorable Machete was addressed. Maybe let's test it and then we'll continue.
Chairperson, I'm Ndabe Ramakwela, the interim chairperson of the GAAL board. We take note of the question that was raised by honorable member there, and that in that very same line, the last sentence explains that further action was taken by referring the incidents to the South African Police Services, and there are other cases that we have shown here that cases were opened which are coming out of the report of a provincial treasury. So on the page 10 there, we say that these matters were also reported to the law enforcement agencies by the entity, which concludes the recommendations that come from a provincial treasury in terms of that report. Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like Honorable Machete is not satisfied with the answer, but that is the answer from them. And I don't want to say anything because Honorable Mantata will be saying, I'm answering but the other thing let me see. The department, the entity is showing initiatives to make follow-ups with the law enforcement agency. I think that's the only one where we see evidence that almost every year they will write to SAPS, and I think on this one we will hold you accountable, because most of the cases with the entities and the department, they are just there reported. There's no update, there's no sign if there is a movement or no movement. But unfortunately, we always hammer on the executive to say it means we don't make follow-ups. But here we have got evidence that they are making follow-ups. Even the responses from SAPS and even the Hawks, they are not satisfactory, because they don't show if indeed there is progress or if they can conclude the very same case very soon. We don't say in the response they must give information that will compromise the investigation or the case, but at least let them respond in such a way that we are at the final stage, or we are still on the first stage because we are unable to get evidence. At least they must just say something. So we are saying, I'm not sure what next is that, where they are indicating all the communiques to SAPS, to the folks, and they are responding. Your SAPS is responding, but their responses are not assisting the process. So we are appealing to you, Honorable MEC and HOD, Let's just check on what is happening with the Hawks. We know that we were with them before we started with our hearings. We invited the Hawks, the SIU. So we also noted their frustrations, but we think that you also have a part to play, to check how can you assist them, how can you ensure that these departments that have reported cases as back as 2015, 2016, at least get feedback. If they are frustrated by lack of evidence, let them indicate to say, on this case, we don't move because we went to the department, we went to this individual, we can't get evidence, so we are unable to move with the case. So I think that is what I wanted to request from the MEC in terms of our law enforcement entities, as in particular the Hawks and we know that they are working together, and the subs. So if we don't have any further question from the regular expenditure, we can pass it, but we are saying there are a lot of questions that we don't get answers. The jurisdiction of the board, some of these things, like we say, we can maybe clarified when we get those reports. So it is still work in progress in terms of this, but most of the questions we have tried our best to answer. I'm not sure. Can we break for lunch or maybe?
Please.
It's already okay. No, it's fine. We can just, it's 17 minutes past. Can we come back 2:15?
Yeah. 17 to.
2:15. This is 17 minutes to 2 now.
Yeah.
So we're coming back after 2:15. This meeting is then adjourned.
Is this person still within your office?
and find us moving. We are on question number 4 on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Can we request somebody to take us through?
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mavocha, a member of Scopa. Question number 4 is on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Executing authority, the committee has noted that on page 41 of the annual report, the entity has disclosed a closing balance of 8.528 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the 2024-25 financial year. The committee has further noted that a total balance of 2.218 million was written off as irrecoverable. Question number 8. Which steps did the accounting authority take into consideration before writing off the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 2.218 million? Provide evidence. B. Why did the accounting authority not prevent the occurrence of this fruitless and wasteful expenditure as required by Section 51, subsection 1B, Roman figure 2? C. Why did the accounting authority not recover any fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred in the 2024-25 financial year? E. ID. Provide breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 8.528 million. E. How much was recovered from the balance of 8.528 million?
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabuta.
Hey, I'm not done.
You are okay.
F. Who are the responsible officials? G. What action did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? H. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. MSC, can you take us through?
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Mate Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I will refer the questions to the Chairperson of the policy.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I am Ndabe Ramakwera, the interim Chairperson of the GAAL Board. I'm responding to question number 4 as posed by the committee in terms of the steps that were taken into consideration before writing off fruitless and wasteful expenditure with 2.2 million. We are saying that that amount was written off after a careful consideration which we had dealt with the Financial Misconduct Committee, which is chaired by an independent person. The writing off was then recommended to the Audit and Risk Committee, or the committee rather recommended to the board to write off because of looking into various factors, whether there's liability in law or whether some of the issues have legally prescribed. And then in terms of the third option, that there are no amounts that were to be recovered from individuals specifically because no legal liability could be established and the amounts were legally prescribed. There are on Roman figure number 4 examples on page 17, the examples of some of those matters that unfortunately had prescribed by law, including issues that come from the penalties of SARS, as well as then the bills that come from Polokwane municipality in terms of late payments. Those are some of the things. And the answer to 4B, what have we done? Why did we not prevent the occurrence of this fruitless and wasteful expenditure as required by the section quoted there? We are saying in response that the incurrence of fruitless and wasteful expenditure is as a result of ill discipline by employees in some of the areas by not adhering to timely submission for required statutory compliance and payments. There were also financial difficulties that were experienced by the company, resulting in it being charged interest for late payments to suppliers for like the municipalities, telecom, and AGSA. And then also the cancellation of advertisement due to moratorium issued on the non-filling of vacancies as part of the issues that have contributed to that. And the question 4C says, why did the accounting authority not recover any fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred in 2024-25 financial year? The entity recovered an amount of 19,092 incurred in the 2024-25 financial year out of the total of 23,807. This was through credit notes issued by service providers to the entity. And then later, question 4D asked us to deal with a breakdown of wasteful and fruitless expenditure, which we have attached on annexure number 13. And then when the questions are being asked, we could refer to that. And then the question E was asking how much was recovered from the balance of 8.528 million. We are saying that we have approached creditors to negotiate reversal of interest and penalties charged, and we have recovered 427,722 rand of the cumulative amount of 8.528 million from AGSA and Bulkwani municipality. You will see the correspondence on annexure number 14. And then today there has not been any recovery from the responsible officials. However, the entity has appointed a legal representative to recover an amount of 378,740 rand from employees' provident fund for staff uniforms that were not delivered in line with the recommendation of the disciplinary outcome in the matter regarding a former chief accountant. The matter is at a party's pleading stage, so that matter has been enrolled, and a disciplinary action is taking place with the aim of recovering the amounts. I will skip, not skip, but enter into a record response to number F. Who are the responsible officials? And these are the names of officials which I won't read, but I'll consider them filed into the response that are here on page 20, which relates to SARS penalties. There were issues of no value for money on page 20. These go on all the way until page, moving on to page 21. And then also look at page 22, that is up to item number 12. There are also items on page 23 that we are listing, and each of those explains the details of individual cases, Honorable Chairperson, and what was involved in that particular case, responding to who are the individuals that are involved and what action has been taken in that particular regard. And then this brings us to the next page, which answers the question G on page 24. What action did the accounting authority take against the responsible official? The following actions were taken. The chief accountant was charged, taken through a disciplinary process, and was issued with a final written warning and 3 months suspension without pay. Written warning was issued, the second one against an official there for the penalty incurred for Osaka, and then the annexure 7.6 will speak to that. And also the written warning were issued against officials. There were officials that were suspended but retired before conclusion of the disciplinary inquiry. There were also a resignation that was pending the finalization of the investigation. And the former board members on Roman figure number 6, we conducted the investigation, and the matter was referred to law enforcement as per recommendation by the investigation report here on Annexure 15. There are cases wherein, as an example, number 7, Roman figure 7, that an employee has since passed on, and then the prospect of recovering that is a bit remote. Other cases where we've suspended officials, we've charged, and then they resign before the disciplinary process can be concluded. And that also in the Roman figure number 9 there, we also have the similar case. And then the Roman figure number 10 there, we have an employee who went on retirement before the conclusion of the investigation. So we are listing here various scenarios that were prevailed, but this was gone beyond the verbal warning, as the committee was asking previously, that there was a follow-up and others literally jumped ship, as it were. In number 8, what measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? The entity has developed an invoice register. An invoice has stamped to monitor the date the invoice was received against payment date to prevent interest and penalties. That is, if they're supposed to be paid within 30 days, such measures are now being followed strictly. Municipal and AGSA invoices are received via email monthly to avoid delays by the post office, as it was the case previously. The annual return for CIPC to be submitted on the same submission date with the annual financial statement on the 31st of May, 1 month before due date annually, to ensure that submission is not missed. And then the Office of the CFO closely monitors monthly submission to SARS to ensure that no submissions are missed. These are measures that we are taking into consideration to deal with possibly delays and incurring unnecessary penalties because of failure to pay matters on time. Honorable Chairperson, I duly submit this as responses that we have to provide on question number 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your responses. Honourable members, do you have questions on question number 4? Honourable Mavucha, Honourable Machete.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings. My name is Thabo Mavucha, a member of Scopa. Chair, I would like to draw the attention of the MEC to annexure number 12. There is this notice that has been issued from the office of the MEC, which I don't know, Chair, its legality, because I don't think that a functionary of the office of the MEC can take such drastic measures and halt the procurement of services within the department. That is not even a function of the MEC, it's the function of the HOD. So I don't understand this letter, Chair, and its legality. Maybe, I don't know, AG and Treasury, you will help us. Or maybe let me leave it to the capable hands of the MEC to clarify this letter, or what exactly is happening here. And what this letter was issued in terms of which provision of the law, because I don't think this one is in compliance with any law. And then, Chair, I'm not going to dwell much. There are just some few areas where I just need clarity on. The other one is on number 15, an extra 15, because we're being referred to them, whereby the entity writes a letter to SAPS and say, these are the cases that we have. And then SAPS then responds and say, okay, we note your letter, and for us to proceed from here, we need the following letters. We need the following documents, ne? And then that's it. But what we are told is that this is an update or a follow-up on all the things, all the matters that they've referred to SAPS. But this is not really an update. Here you are just maliciously complying with us, because the instruction from Scopa was that you must be seen to be doing something. So now you are seen to be doing something malicious, or you just want to comply with us by just attaching a letter of SAPS. This letter, I can tell you, it's not saying anything to us. It's not saying we're supposed to be told, or no, we've finished all the documents that we've been told to bring, and as a result, the decision now is with the NPA, like what other departments are doing to us, Chair. Or no, we've referred criminal, we have referred this matter to SIU. It's no longer in our hands. We have referred this matter to SAPS. SAPS has updated us. The docket is done. They've referred it to NPA. It's sitting on the DPP table. The other thing, the other culture that we are observing from GAAL is that people will be fingered in wrongdoing, and then once they see that it's hot in the kitchen, they then decide to resign. And then when they resign, I am sure most of them, they resign, they go to another entity somewhere or another department. So I am not sure, Chair, because I think it was just 2 people that were told already they were able to trace them. I don't know whether the department uses the PESAL system, the entity uses the PESAL system, which is one for each employee, or they use a different system from, they use a different system. And then if they are not using the PESAL system, maybe they can just make me understand why they are not using it, because this one, you know, it's easy to get someone. If you run away from Limpopo and run to KZN, we'll follow you in KZN. We'll know where you are. But this one, it doesn't really tell us where these people are. And then the last one, Chair, it's on this, there's this, I think it's number 13. There's this spreadsheet, Yama number 13. There are 2 entries that don't sit well with me. If you can look on page 2, 2019-20 and 2020-21, you have made a payment of 214. I don't know whether these are rands or millions, but I just think it's thousands. Yeah, thousands. So 214,000, and then the detail thereof says incorrect payment. Ne? And then I thought maybe would be given some reasoning or no. Ever since we made this incorrect payment, this is what we have done to recover this money. But now this money has been said to be irrecoverable. But we know where this money went. Why don't we follow the money? We follow the money and get it. This money can be irrecoverable, Chairperson. We must find a way. How do we recover this money? Because it was incorrect. Someone enriched himself at the expense of taxpayers, and then we are saying there's nothing we can do, which I don't agree with. There's something that you guys can do, and someone is not doing their job. So we are humbly pleading with you that please, this one, remove it from your this incorrect payment, unless the description is something, there's a mistake with this description. And then number 2, this one, at least there's an explanation that is in line with you have said you have paid and then there was no value for money. 5 million, 5.8 million, and then you're saying there's no value for money. So now, but Topele principles tells you about value for money. I think other prescripts, procurement, will also tell you that when you procure, you must procure something that will add value, will have value for money. So now, those are some of, you guys know better than me because you are operational, I'm not. You know better than me that if you procure a service and you are not getting the value that you are paying for, what is it that you must do? There must be something that protects you or protects the taxpayers' money. Or no, but this one you can see, here we are not paying. Let's go to court. We are not going to pay, and you must then go and fight your case in court. But You have identified. It's not us that are saying there is no value for money. It's not our. It's not our. It's not our job to say yeah. Even if we can see or yeah, there's a problem. It's not our job. It's you who have said, but yeah, there's no value for money. But now, when someone this thing is irrecoverable. So I don't know. Chair. Maybe if the entity, the MEC can help me understand. It's not many questions, and you see, I don't want to do many follow-ups. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Pesmachet, member of this committee. Just one question on the Roman figure 7, where you are saying on TISO, employee deceased, prospects of recovery is remote. Can you clarify that part?
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Makati. The two questions that I wanted to raise, Honourable Mabuja has raised the issue of a letter. Such a big instruction, I don't have the correct words to use. The instruction to stop everything within the department, and MEC, you spoke about it when you, in your response this morning when you were talking about something that there was a moratorium. But the challenge is that from which power is it sanctioned? As we see, this letter is from the Director Support MEC office. The director is writing to the HOD to say, HOD, stop what you are doing. And unfortunately, this has resulted in the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The other issue is the SARS issue. One, you said it has the matter has legally prescribed, and the other part for the financial year, which is 576,000. You are saying the matter went through disciplinary inquiries and recommended 3 months suspension. Suspension. Who must be suspended here? Because it does not say. Or now who must be suspended? Why did you fail or you did not prevent the wasteful expenditure? You are mentioning ill discipline. And what is the solution of ill discipline? Is to discipline those members. So did you discipline those members? And then what is the proof? The other ones which I asked erroneously when we were dealing with question 2, they were being answered. Yeah, I think those are the two issues that I wanted to raise.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Matheson Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I'll start with the one that is directed to my office. I'm sure the letter was written in 2016. As MECs, we don't have a right to instruct anyone from my office who can write this type of a letter. If there is something, the person who must write, who's the head of administration, is the HOT, not myself as an MEC. So with this one, I don't know what was the agreement by then, but what I know, it was not supposed to happen like this one. Thanks. I will allow Chairperson of GAAL to
continue. Then what is the way forward? We believe that, and we know that maybe even most of the managers were not there, but it costs a fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and the Treasury is saying we want to follow this money, and the AGSA is saying as long as this this is not recovered, we will always indicate it in your financial statement. You can't just leave it, you must have a solution to this problem.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. And my name is Matthias Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I think myself and the HOD will have to go back and sit with the Treasury to show our frustrations, because there is nothing that we can do with a person who's no more an employee of the department and the MEC was not part of the department. So I'm taking responsibility to say myself and the HOD will find a date where we're going to talk to the Treasury so that they can, I'm sure, pardon us on this one. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, my name is Thabo Mavocha, a member of Scopa. Maybe, sorry, MEC, to interject. My humble plea is that we understand you levy your sessions with Treasury, but I think what would be fair to us is if we get a report from you. I don't know, Chair, it will be for how long, but if we can just get a report or this is what happened, so that Lerena we are taken through. Lerena, obviously, when you make your engagements with the Treasury, you will have, they will give you all the details. So we need a report. Yeah, this is what happened up until the day this letter was written, and because of this irregular expenditure, this is how we are planning on dealing with this matter, so that it must form part of our records, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Matthias Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I'm sure the report will come out after our meeting with myself and the HOD. Then we'll finish you with the report of what happened. And also we'll continue to have a meeting with Treasury. Thank you so much. And now I will take the other questions to the Chairperson of the board.
Thank you, MEC Chairperson. I am Ndabe Ramakwera, the interim chair of the board for GAAL. The other questions that were asked, I think the CEO will be in a position to administratively give input on them, particularly those from Honorable Mabucha and Honorable Machete. And I think there are two other questions that the chairperson had also asked. If you allow me, MEC, to let her continue with the response.
Thank you, Chairperson. The questions from Honorable Mabucha were, the first one related to the culture of people resigning when they have consequence management to face, and that is actually the right observation. And between 2019 and 2022, we had an exodus of people leaving the organization. And if we look in the file, we'll see that majority of the irregular expenditure and fruitless expenditure actually happened in that period. In terms of us using PESAL, we are not on PESAL. My understanding, and as I speak under correction, is that PESAL is for departments, and the entities do not use that. We use SAGE for payroll. But what we have done is we have just used our internal resources to find out where we can find these people, and there's a big possibility that some of them might still be in government and we have not come across it. So we do not have PESAL. Maybe what we can do is to tap into the resources from the department to get them to check for these people through the PESAL system. With regards to Annexure 14 that was referred to about money, wrongful payment and the no value for money, I would like to give comfort to the honorable member to say we have not written that off as irrecoverable, because we are still pursuing to recover that money. The only amount that we have written off as irrecoverable is the ones on page 17 and 18 of the 2.2 million. So the one about paying the wrongful account, we are still pursuing it, and we are not regarding that to be irrecoverable because we do believe that we can follow the money. The one about CMO as well, CMO is actually the one for no value for money. It's actually part of the BDO report. So we are also pursuing this one. And maybe just to explain what happened is that we bought cameras, and when AG was doing asset verification, we found out that the number of cameras that were installed are not equal to the number of cameras that were bought, but payment was done for the full purchase. So no value for money comes from the fact that we did not receive the full asset that we have procured. So the case related to CMO is one of the ones that are sitting with SEPs and the Hawks, so that we still pursue to recover the amount for CMO. So the rest of the list that is irregular, fruitless expenditure, except the 2.2 that we list on page 17 and 18, we are in pursuit in terms of trying to recover those amounts. The questions from Honorable Machete was related to the passing of Mr. Zulu, saying that the chances of recovering this is remote. What we mean is that, seeing that we have missed the opportunity to claim this from his estate, we have actually no other way of recovering this money. Maybe it's the use of the English words, but what we intend to mean is that the possibility of recovering this money is close to, it's actually non-existent or zero. Maybe it's just the choice of words that we used there. So we believe that if we had the opportunity to submit when the estate of Mr. Zulu was being administered, maybe we would have had a better chance, but we did not submit this, as we only became aware much later after his death, as he had left the GAAL, I think 3 or 4 years before his passing. The chairperson asked about the SARS expenditure and who was disciplined and who was suspended. In this case, it's Mr. Patrick Ngomani. He was the chief accountant, and in other reports you will note that he was later dismissed because his misconduct just became persistent, and we took him through other disciplinary processes, and we ended up dismissing him after this, the first final written warning and the suspension without pay. I think I've covered this. I have covered all the questions that were asked from the honorable members. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I don't see any follow-up. So it means the question was sufficiently dealt with. Can we go to number 5? Honorable Machete.
No, thanks very much. My name is Chris Machete, member of the Scopa. Question 5, exceptional litigations. Executive Authority, the committee has noted that paragraph 9 of the Auditor General's report has stated that the entity is a defendant in various lawsuits, and the entities opposing these claims. The outcomes of these matters could not be determined, and as a result, no provision for liability that may result was made in the financial statement. Question 5A, provide an updated report on the status of litigations in the public entity. 5B, what system did the accounting authority put in place to minimize the litigation cases? 5C, provide the cost breakdown of how much has the entity spent in defending these matters to date per case. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. MEC.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Matthias Sanveld, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I'll take the matter to the Chairperson of the Board to respond.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Chairperson, my name is Ndabe Ramakwera. I'm the interim Chairperson of the GAAL Board. The question 5, on exceptional litigations, we have attached in terms of the providing updated report on the status of litigations in the public entity. There is annexure number 19, which provides for those litigations and the status of each of them. And they further asked what systems the accounting authority put in place to minimize the litigation of cases. What we are saying is that most of these legal matters that the entity is faced with are that of labor issues and contractual matters. We then have deployed the following measures to minimize litigation of cases. That after structures have been put back in place, we enforce compliance with SCM regulations during procurement, the strict adherence to labor law practice when dealing with disciplinary matters, and also the regular training of members of the bid committees, and then train managers on matters that are related to labor relations, because they seem to hamper a lot on how they would discipline their fellow employees. The third issue that's being asked is that we should provide a cost breakdown of how much is the entity spending defending these matters to date per case. And then we also attached a litigation report on annexure number 19, detailing some of those cases. And this summarizes our response to question 5. Honorable Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is question 5A and B asking the same thing? Because here they say they provide an update report on the status of the litigations. Yes, we see that this litigation, one is forward, and the other one is provide the cost breakdown of how much has the entity spent in defending these matters. And to me, I don't think it can be answered by annexure 19, all of them, because they link two different things. And all these figures can be for the cost and for the update report. Just wanted to raise that issue. Is there any other question? Honorable Mabucha?
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mavocha, a member of Scopa. Chair, I am on annexure number 19, the litigation report. So I just have a few questions. But one, on the Zulu matter, you are saying that since the okay, who was the applicant between the department and Zulu? Because what I would like to believe is that Zulu made the department to incur certain irregular and fruitless expenditures, and then the department was pursuing him or her, and then unfortunately Zulu passed on, may his or her soul rest in peace. But in the report it's saying that he was the applicant, and then when he passed on, then the matter became moot, and then nothing happened. But my understanding of the previous explanation was that the department was pursuing him or her, and then he passed on, and then things just stopped. So now, I want to understand that if the department was pursuing him, why couldn't they claim from the estate, his estate? Because they could have gotten something. So, and then the other issue here, CMO. we have incurred legal expenses to the tune of 380,000 on that service that we said was no value for money service. Ne? So the explanation we are getting from the department is that we've paid 380,000. On top of is this on top of the 5.8 million that we've already paid to this company? And then Treasury told you that, actually Treasury and the investigation, forensic investigation report said to you, yeah, there's a problem. You need to go and recover your money. Now, this company then issues summons, threatens you with summons, and then just to test the waters and check where is this going. Want to see if they are serious about this matter. And then they see that, that noise that they've been making with the investigation. It's just that, Chair, we have not been privileged with the forensic investigation report. Maybe we would have been aligned with the department as to what are some of the reasons. But what then happens is that they issue summons and then they keep quiet. And then the matter becomes smooth. But you have got a forensic report. What was the purpose of that forensic report? What was its findings? What is it that you are going to do with the recommendations? What were those recommendations instructing you to do? Because it's saying there's no value for money, go and recover the money. Now this one's issue you with summons, then you keep quiet. So I just need to understand what's your game plan, what are you planning to do? And then lastly, it's a simple one. You said we have incurred fees to the value of 115,000 to dismiss Ngoma. Ne? And then we are told that we are in the process of obtaining an order to recover 378,000 from this Provident Fund. So now, I just need to understand this update here, December 2024. Now, we are in 2026. So clearly, something ought to have happened during this period. Can we is this matter finalized? I don't know whether this thing it's finalized or it's an ongoing matter. These fees that have been incurred and stuff, are they still ongoing or are they finalized? So because this one here, clearly it seems like it's not final. You're still busy with him. You have spent 115 up to so far. The other thing I want to caution, we can't go and chase 378 and then spend 500,000 to recover 378. Clearly it means something is not right with us. So I just need to understand those few things, MEC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I thought Honorable Mabuta will touch the clarity that I wanted to, but at least you said, who is the applicant here? Because Honorable Mabuta, according to me, if I lodge a claim against you, God, I just want to put it in a lane, yes, so that I understand. Who is the applicant? Is it you or me? So it means this statement that is here about Zulu is contradicting itself, because it is saying the department instituted civil claims against the former CEO. Are they the applicants? They are the applicants.
The department is as per that statement.
So yeah. the next sentence is saying the applicant is deceased. Which department? Which applicant is it? The department deceased. ke ra le a kwa ke nyaka gore le ba go ka pela ke gore where is the contradiction.
Impediment is disease.
Gore le ka le tsara gore santse re smola se was na tota mo kwaso na ke le so. So re se be botse.
Le ka scam.
So this statement I contradict, but thanks for those questions. MEC.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Mathe Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I'll take it back to the Chairperson of the board, Mr. Ramakwela.
Okay, thank you, MEC. My name is Ndabe Ramakwela. I'm the interim Chairperson of the GAAL board. The first question that the Chairperson had asked was whether this annexure responds to two matters, which is A and C. And I think maybe if it didn't clarify in the manner in which it appears, is the lack of a narrative in the opening paragraphs, because that's what it should have done, and we do apologize for that. But in its summary, it contains both the amounts that we have spent on the litigation cases, which are legal fees that are current to date, but also the cases that the register of the litigation cases that we have at the moment are these ones that we have attached on this. But it would have been a lot easier, as requested, to have clarified that with a cover memo to this particular one. So we do apologize for that. But I would ask the company secretary to then take us through the other questions that were asked, Honorable Chairperson, to then, and through you, MEC, to clarify the legality of some of these statements that are made here, and whether we are the applicant or defendant, the way that is written here. So we'll be able to bring this report, I think, when we bring it back, with a clear direction on who is who in this particular case, so that we don't have confusion. But if I allow, Chairperson, let's allow the company secretary, advocate, to lead us on this particular one. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Scopa, company secretary for GAAL. In terms of question 1, Chair, yes, please accept our apology in terms of the second sentence, where we put the applicant instead of the defendant. Our apology on that, Chair. And then the second question that was asked was in terms of the CMO group. Of course, Chair, the honourable member is right. What happened here is that the service provider issued summons against GAAL for purposes that we are not aware. Maybe it was just to try to solicit the funds from the entity, but this is for the unpaid invoices with regard to the contract that we spoke about. So what happened here, Chair, is that after the entity defended the matter, now I would say the applicant decided the matter, and we have wrote to our legal representative just to get the update on that. The last time, the applicant indicated that they want to pursue the matter, and it's on the verge of prescription, Chair. We haven't had any updates from there. The second one, or the third one, it's in terms of the Nkomane, that is labor case. The 115,000 that you see there, in actual fact, what happened is the matter now we're trying to recover the 378,000, and we've already incurred the 115. So the the legal fees are kept to 260,000 for comfort of the member to say you cannot chase 375 using more than that. So the amount that you see there, it's what we have already spent. And yeah, the other thing, Chair and members, our apology, the update was supposed to be 2025, and the matter, I know it's sub judice, but we are on the advanced stage to complete the matter. Those are the questions that I wanted clarity. Thank you, Chair.
Is there any other thing on Honorable Mawuta and Honorable Machete?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, you see, my name is Thabo Mabotja, a member of Scopa. Chair, you see, GAAL is a very small entity, and therefore, we are expecting you, MEC, or you don't leave things to chance. Because one thing that we have observed, Lena, at least you are legally empowered to can do your own things. What we have observed in other departments, actually in departments, more especially Department of Health, is that because it's tough and rough, now some people have become very creative. They are now targeting Department of Health. And they know our limitations. They know the limitations within the capacity of departments. They know the limitations within our legal units. They know the limitations at state attain. So what they do, they go there at health, they go and play there. And at the end, they get money. There's a lot of money that they're claiming from the state that it has not been budgeted for, those things. So now, I'm making a plea to you, GAAL, that MEC, we expect, you see, this thing is going to actually help us to get that claim audit that we so need. We expect that you beef up your legal unit so that chance takers don't come and play at GAAL. Your cases must be properly and fully defended so that when someone wants to take a chance, they know when you go to GAAL, they are going to clobber me. Let me not go there. I will go to departments because I know there are limitations at state attain. So we're humbly pleading with you, MEC, that we don't want to meet you here next time and then we are told that out of the 100 million that Muregi has given you, 50 million must go to legal fees. It's going to be a very big problem. Thank you very much.
Honorable Machete.
Thanks very much. My name is Chris Machete. On the same as raised in 19 on the African media, on the litigation register. I just want to understand that the matter was set down on the 27th of October. The matter was postponed sine die, which would imply that perhaps without a further date fixed. But I want to check as to the fact that the African media, which is a plaintiff, paid the wasted costs. From that moment to date, is there any progress that you could be able to relate with regard to the same? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Is there a date?
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Matthew Son Violet, MSc for Transport and Community Safety, CEO.
Thank you, MEC Mohadi Mati, CEO for GAAL. With your permission, MEC, please may I request the Company Secretary to respond to this one.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Khabusabola, Company Secretary for the entity. Your question, Honorable Machete, as of now, when we say the matter is postponed sine die, it's simply said, like you rightfully mentioned, without a date. So what happened after the matter was postponed? We had a meeting with our legal representatives, so they're still gonna do the taxation processes so that we are able to determine how much is our legal cost, and then we're gonna engage African media so that they can pay the cost over to the entity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no any other question, can we move to question 6? Question 6.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabocha, a member of Scopa.
And then raise the penny. Continue.
Okay. Achievement of planned targets. Executing authority in paragraphs 22, 24, and 25 of the AG's report. The AG reported under and over achievement of planned targets from Program 2, Business Operations, and Program 3, Operations. The target had not been clearly defined during the planning process. The supporting evidence for over and under achievement materially differed from the reported achievement. A. Why did the accounting officer fail to achieve some of the planned targets? B. Why did the accounting authority provide supporting evidence that differed from the reported achievement, and why were the targets not clearly defined in the planning process? C. Who are the responsible officials? D. What action did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? E. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to address this anomaly?
Thank you, Honorable Mabuta. MEC?
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is MEC for Transport and Community. Let me hand it over to the Chairperson.
Thank you, MEC. My name is Dawe Ramakwela. I'm the interim chairperson of the GAAL board. Honorable Chairperson, the response to question 6A on why the entity failed to achieve some of the planned targets is illustrated in the table that is attached on page 27, where in the planned targets versus the actual achievements are being shown. The ones that have 0 have also explanations for deviation, which move from one area to the other, including the fact that some of the airlines had requested more time for them to do their own feasibility study in terms of the development of the routes. There are airlines here that have been engaged with to possibly use the route that we have between Polokwane and Johannesburg, or Polokwane and other destinations that would have been targeted. So the control on this matter is not as strong as in the hands of the entity, but also on the negotiation that we make with the airlines and how attracted they are into some of these areas. The issue of the master plan of the Aerotropolis, the accounting officer will speak to this matter on why the delays have been caused in these particular areas. In terms also of the plan for cargo terminal that we are speaking about, should be able to deal with those matters, including all other performance information that you see on the attached here on page 28. There are reasons for deviation that have been forwarded and were forwarded, but she will be able to provide that detail. So I move on to question number B. Why did we provide supporting evidence that's different from the reported achievement, and why the targets are clearly defined in the planning process? There was an issue of inadequate scoping in the planned marketing activities, which resulted in the different ways of measuring the targets against some of the achievements. This mainly resulted from setting targets that were not specific and that were not time bound. And the follow-up question number C says, who are the officials that are responsible? And we have the performance information officer there, as well as the senior commercial services manager. who have been identified as people who are responsible for developing some of the targets that we have identified. And then what action did the accounting authority take against responsible officials? That no action against the responsible official, as this was an oversight from the entity during the development of the annual performance plan, and that in the performance plan for the next financial year, these are the areas that have been strengthened and tightened to avoid recurrence of the very same challenges. What measures did the accounting authority, number E, put in place to address the anomaly? The entity has put the following measures in place to address the anomaly. The entity will make a formal request to amend the 2025 financial year to avoid a recurrence of the APP. The performance report will be reviewed by internal audit and the committee in the board who is responsible for performance before approval by the board. And then we will then ask the Department of Transport and Community Safety to conduct monitoring and evaluation sessions quarterly to review current performance and verify portfolio of evidence that is being submitted to support our annual performance plan going forward. Chairperson, thank you. This constitutes our response, but I'll allow the CEO just to make addition on the areas of performance that are linking. Through you,
Thank you. My name is Mati. I'm the CEO for GAAL. Chairperson, in terms of the areas where we did not achieve, there are various programs that we indicate where we have had, we lagged in terms of achievement, and without going through them one by one, for instance, I look at number of aircraft movement recorded, where we had a plan target of 4532 and we achieved 3691, where there's a variance of 841. And some of this, one of the things learning we took from this is that some of the targets that we set targets that are actually not in our control in terms of how many aircraft are going to be landing. And as such, some of the targets that were set were not achievable. But the cost, for example, for that one is that in the December holidays, we cut flights from 3 to 2, and that obviously affects the landing. And when we set this target, these are the factors that we should have taken into consideration. The times that we have the down periods, and we then should have reduced our target based on this history, because this is history. Chair, I'm scared to go through them one by one because they have been clearly outlined. But if there was any specifics that are coming from the committee, we will then respond based on the questions that are coming from the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. My first question is on the number of units list as percentage of units available. You talk of 70% planned, 54 actual, and division is 16%. I just have a difficulty to understand, because I thought, are you talking about 70 units or 70%? Because it becomes confusing when you talk of 70% and then actual 54%. I'm not good in maths, but I always know when you talk of percentage, it's out of 100. So if it is just 70, and then where do we derive 70 from? That's my difficulty. That's why I have a question. And the other issue you raised, that the challenge, one of the challenges for you not to achieving the targets is that during December, you reduce the flights from 3 to 2, basically because many people are not traveling. So this brings me to a concern or a question that it means you are relying more on government and business for your business. So there's no element of tourists getting in the province through your institution, because if it goes down, it means December, when we're expecting that people are going up and down, then they drive instead of flying. So it means we have to look at this sector, at tourism. How can we market our flight in such a way that even when people are going for Christmas somewhere, they can still use the institution. I'm not sure if there is any other question. Honorable Mabush.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mawocha, a member of Scopa. Chair, I think the MEC is aware of the moratorium that stops the funding of revenue generating entities of the state, like GAAL and LEADER and stuff. So, given this business development and business operation table, what is it that maybe the MEC can say with regards to that particular moratorium? Is it good for business, bad for business? And then what's preventing GAAL from attracting? I mean, they are unable to attract tenants. Now, how are they going to attract airlines if they are unable to attract just mere tenants? They can, I don't know what they, but I see they sell food there, there's some restaurants there, at some point there were clubs there, back in the days, there were clubs. I mean, they are able to attract those type of people. So, how are you going to attract airlines so that you become profitable and be able to create your revenue? Because GAAL can rely on bailouts or government funding forever and ever. It needs to stand on its feet, find ways and means to go and look for money outside. So I'm just saying that there's this moratorium. I think it's a first phase towards the no funding of GAAL. So next time, maybe when Mamukwele gets to 5 years as the chair, Leana, she might revise the moratorium and say, no, these people have given them a lot of time. I don't see any progress. Let's impose more penalties. Instead of funding them with this particular, let's cap it to percentages. Give them this particular percentage. So I'm just saying, MEC, you are unable to attract. But what I can tell you is that when you go to GAAL, the only thing we go to do there is to go and collect rental cars. That's at least what I do when I go to GAAL. And I can tell you, it doesn't look nice to the eyes compared to the other airports. We have been to George Airport. It's nicer and busier than us here in the province. So I don't know. Your strategy, that's why I was speaking to your strategy, you know. Your strategy is like, it's not that competitive. I don't know. But the other thing, I just want to check, man, if I was supposed to ask this thing. Chairman, how many airports are you guys looking after in the province? Is it just this one here in Polokwane, or even that one of Hoedspruit falls under your authority? Or what? Because there are certain things that the problem. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, and remember, honorable members, we were once invited to join the transport and community to go and do oversight of one person. So we were with the MEC, we were with the HOD.
And board chair.
And board chair of GAAL by then, and then, yeah, we found the state of that is not so good. There are people who are lending, there are clients that are lending, not knowing where are they from, and we don't know what are they bringing to that because there's no monitoring system. So there are a lot of issues, but I think maybe for Bonenguda you are pursuing that matter and dealing it at the level of the portfolio committee. Yeah, we believe that because on our side we will not have it. But Honorable Mabucha, let me tell you, the other contributing factor is that many people that are complaining about is the price. I don't know how much is it, CEO, and I'm flying almost after every second week, but I never paid for myself. I'm just even afraid to ask because I'm just saying if these people who are paying for me are not complaining, let me just keep quiet. But ordinary people, most of the ordinary people will complain about the price, which we know we might not be able to have a choice or whatever. But come up with a research strategy to make your own profits, even if it cannot be much, but at least do something, attract people. Maybe just have 1 week to say, this week is half price. Just test. You'll see, you'll need five flights per day. Just do some market analysis, and 1 week you just say, we have got a promotion, GAAL, half price, and half price I think it will be around 2,000 or more. I don't want to talk about the price because I know half price will not be 2,000, it's more than 2,000. Yeah, so maybe that thing can assist you. Yes, Honorable.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Fruitless. Taking from what Honorable Mabucha was saying, that was raising that if we are failing to at least attract tourists to come and fly with us, why don't we think that we can attract people to come and transport their cargo with us? I wanted to ask if ever they've done any study of some sort, maybe regarding the cargo hub, or if they've got anyone who's advising them how to run the cargo, because the plan is not clear, because if they had advertised and no one is interested to operate it for them, then it's a concern. But another thing, Chair, is on the master plan service provider. Who's the service provider for this master plan? I think it is interesting to know. And then also this AXA partnership, because the entity is also spending some money in this partnership with AXA. I want to understand the role of, or the kind of partnership they're having with AXA. And then, Chair, the reason why they can't land also on days where there's poor weather conditions like they have outlined here, it's because of the ILS. They don't have the landing system, and I think in one of our sessions with them, we dwelled much on that landing system. Why did they sell it? I want to get a sense where they now in terms of fixing their landing system so that they can be able to land even at times where the weather conditions are somehow bad. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. MEC.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Let me start with some of the questions that were raised by honorable members. I'm sure there is a difference between I, as GAAL, recruiting people to use our airlines or use our airports. The issue of making sure that people come to Limpopo doesn't lie with us. It lies with tourism. Are they able to market us so that people can board flights to come to Limpopo, to Polokwane? I will talk about Polokwane. Because now we want to equate the two airports, the one in Hoedspruit and our Polokwane airport. The one in Hoedspruit, as we speak, some few days to come, they will be hosting the 9th flight per day. Where are they going? Hoedspruit is inside Kruger National Park. Driving from Hoedspruit to Wapalabra Gate to Kruger National Park, it's only 40 minutes drive. So if a person comes from Polokwane, from Gauteng to Limpopo, what is that he is going to see? Must he come from Gauteng and say, I'm touring, I want to tour Polokwane? But if there are people that are marketing our Polokwane, then it's well and fine. Then we'll be having more flights because people will be saying, we want to go and tour our Polokwane, I don't know, it's not yet a city, Polokwane town. And another thing, the issue of prices. Obviously, if I'm selling water, I'm the only one who's selling water. I've got the right to can charge any price because I'm not competing with anyone. That was happening in Hoedspruit also, because it was only a link. But the day Fly Safari came, we were there when it was being launched. It came with more than 180 something on board. Because Fly Safari, going to Cape Town, a single ticket is 1.5. Double is 3,000. How much is a link? And now the question remains with a link, what it must do. And now there are many flights that are coming. So you said, how can we attract? Yes, we like to attract other flights, but even us, the people that are speaking now, if I may ask, how many times have you used Gateway, the flight issue, not the rental issue? None of us. We use our own cars because at the end of the day, when I come back, I will claim. That's what we do. Because we once tried to say, when we talk to them, they say, give us the list of the people that you think they will use our service. We don't have. And when we go to the legislature, members, I don't think they do have that interest of flying. The only way they can go, they will go through the road to OR, then we'll use their services there. With the issue of benchmarking, I'm sure the HOD and the CEO, some 2 weeks back or a week back, they were going all out to benchmark with other small airports. How are they attracting? How are they functional? Well, because ours were not even functional. Because again, we are having 2, 3. That's the ones that we can afford because we don't have people who want to use our airport. But I think from now, Chairperson, where we are, because we are all having concerns about the airport. If we can start using the airport, then we will be having a record of saying, yeah, 10 people a day. Because one day I used that flight. You're only to find inside you are only 10, let's say 10. If you are 10, they must make, that's why the price is high, because they're covered. So if you are saying, Chairperson, we must one day say, half price, come on, who's going to pay the balance? Because as GAAL, we don't have anything. It's upon the airlines to say, now, because Airlink, we are saying, when we go to Limpopo, there's no one who's interested. Why don't we have the price so that we can attract passengers to come and use our airline? But, well, we will go and sit down and look at the issue of saying, one day saying, now it's December time, why don't we go there? But I know who's going to pay that one. The other thing about Pepo, Pepo is not, we don't call Pepo as an airport because it's not economical. And it has never been economical. It's not paper only, Bugazankulu, Bulibua, they all had those were landing strips. So we have to come down and sit down and say, how can we improve them to be airports? Now we don't call them airports because I can't just go to the airport there because I want a plane to paper. It's not commercial. So we are talking about the goods things, the cargo things. Yeah, we never thought we would be asked about this. We were supposed to come with the report which entails what we want to do at our airport about the cargo issue. Already we've got investors that are interested in using our airport as a cargo port because Limpopo is an agricultural place where people, instead of them flying their things to OR or driving their things to OR, they will use our airport. So we're busy with that one. The other thing of TNS and everything, I'm sure by that time you will see the airport working. For now, we rely on Airlink in the morning, Airlink in the evening, and nothing else. We tried with Zimbabwe one. They were promising, but if they can say, unless we can start saying, but what Zimbabwe, how many are you that can fly to your country? But they won't come out because they are illegal. So that was going to be the only thing that we're going to say. Sometimes there are many, and they would like to fly over or to cross over so that they cannot be arrested. But we're taking all the inputs that we have given us as GAAL. We will be going back with my new board. I told them that now we must do everything that will make people to be attracted to use our airport. Then the other thing of partnership with AXA, I'll allow my CEO to continue doing that. The monitoring, is it good or bad? That's why I said, I send them myself, I send the HOD and the CEO to go and benchmark, to say, why is Free State Airport working? Why is Northern Cape Airport working? Then I'll get a report, then we'll take it from there to say, the monitoring is working for us or it's not working for us. Thank you so much, Chairperson. I'll hand it over to the CEO.
Maybe before
Chairperson, so the Chairperson.
Thank you, MEC. Chairperson, I'm Dabe Ramakwela, the interim chairperson of the board for GAAL. I think this is the part where, in Chairperson, what you had requested in the beginning of the meeting, the sustainability plan, where it comes in. And if you allow, I think when we come to that particular discussion, we'll then have enough time to explore the possibilities and also give out what work has been done, what research work has been done to deal with those issues. I know they're coming out of the items within a question, but they are already answering to that sustainability plan for the airport and where we need to go into, because as the MEC has said, various interactions have been going on with individual airlines to ask them to come on board. Others would have certain demands that they would want us to put in place. And then if they indeed were going to give discount options, you check on our budgets, where is it written that they are going to discount, sponsor discounted tickets once a quarter or so. But those are strategies that will be used towards that. But also the relationship between us and AXA, there was a planned meeting with AXA in the next week, but we are considering whether we should have that meeting now or whether we are ready or not, because AXA are a different role player from what we have. AXA are a board on their own, and that the airports that they control are almost a cluster. For example, the very same airport that the CEO, together with the HOD, went to visit, AXA airports like Kimberley, George, and then they also link with Cape Town in so many ways. So when that happens, it will have a structural impact on how you want to think about this. GAAL, because they are an entity on their own, and that would require us even possibly to go back to the legislature to re-change the outlook of that. We might even have not have a board even at all, because AXA, when they're coming in their own rules and own board. That's why even as it is, we're discussing with the HOD. There was a possibility of benefiting from the many flights that can park at OR Tambo. They could easily come in 35 minutes, but they end up parking as far as Botswana, because AXA has got control over airports in Botswana, Cape Town, Northern Cape. But they can't bring them here, no matter how close we are. So it means that there are a few things we may have to give up to let that come in. So the controls that we want to have over a number of issues. But the MEC has also described the passenger patterns of how people want to move in here, and that we might want to make proposals on how honorable members who are going to Brazil and other places must start. So those are the things that when we come back with the strategy on that, we could speak into a chairperson. But I think the CEO will still have to answer a few questions on the master plan service provider. The issue of the ILS still has to be spoken to. The issue of attracting tenants in terms of cargo, I think she has the numbers of how many tenants do we have at the moment, and the increase between 2024, 25 to where we are now, if there's any. Yeah, I think those are the things that she might have to give a small detail on. That don't have to wait for the time when we come and meet Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Mohadi Matli and I'm the CEO for GAAL. I thought Honorable Chairperson would say they have spoken a mouthful. Chairperson, in terms of that, there was a question about our relationship with AXA and the benefits thereof. Some of the services that we are getting from AXA is numbers in terms of passengers. An example is they did a study for us in terms of the people that are booking flights from Johannesburg to Cape Town, whether they came by train, by car, or whatever. So they look at the addresses of all the people coming from Limpopo going to Cape Town. So when we have those numbers, we are then able to go to airlines to say these are what the numbers look like, and we think you can have 3 flights a week. So they are helping us with data collection. But some of the services is us helping us with the technical services, skills development, and also just benchmarking to say this is what our lease agreement looks like. Let's see what yours looks like. What are the best practices that you apply, and we are learning from that relationship. In terms of the master plan, the service provider's name is Delta, and Delta is a company that we appointed through AXA as well. And the reason why we went through AXA is because they've got more experience with doing master plans for other airports, and we thought we should benefit from the MOU and the experience that AXA has in terms of assisting us with the master plan. The last question that I think was not responded to was, what is the state, what stops us from attracting tenants? Chairperson, the last time the infrastructure at GAAL was maintained was when we had the 2010 World Cup. That's when proper investment was actually done at the airport. So the state of our infrastructure at the moment is not attractive. So there are a lot of people that come and view, and they're like, because they can't see beyond the current state. We have put money aside, and we have started renovating the infrastructure just to a habitable state. We're not gonna make it international, top of the range at the moment, but the painting, the fixing of doors, fixing of ceilings, we are busy with that. Another strategy that we have taken is, for example, we've got the hangar that is being used by Airlink for aircraft maintenance. We needed about 3 million to fix that, which we didn't have. So we entered in an agreement with Airlink to say, fix what needs to be fixed. Obviously, we approved the amount, and then we're doing the clawback from the rent. So for, I think there was about 2.3 million that they spent, and we divided that against the rent. So we were giving them credit notes for a while to recover the money. But the idea is, if there's a tenant that's able to fix, and we are able, they can recover from the rental that they are supposed to pay, then we do that. What it means for GAAL is that for that period we are not making money, but after a year we've got an infrastructure that is usable. The rest of the question, Chair, I feel the MEC or the ILS. The issue about the lending of flights, Chairperson, I just want to indicate that there are two things. The first one was the issue related to procedures that are written by our air traffic control and approved by our civil aviation authority. Last year there was a lot of issues where the two entities did not finish that process, and between October and December we were badly hit by that process, and that's when we had challenges with the lending because of the procedures. And those procedures have been written, they've been approved by civil aviation, and effective from the 25th of December, those procedures are effective. I think the last time we checked, Chairperson, between December and I think beginning of February, we had only missed 2 flights because the weather was extreme. In terms of the ILS, we received money from Treasury in November to procure the lending system. We have gone out to the market and have advertised, and we are in the process of procuring the ILS. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I saw the HOD raising hands.
Oh, I thought let me just speak just for the first time, Chairperson. But my name is Stephen Majana, the HOD of the department. Just to amplify from what the MEC said, as the department just in contribution, to contribute towards this issue of airlines attraction, we are developing what we call an airlift strategy. And this strategy, key to it, we are making sure that we develop this strategy with Limpopo Tourism Agency. And for one obvious reason, until we are able to attract tourists into this province, into the Polokwane surroundings, that's when we will have problems. That's why the strategy itself perhaps may then provide the clarity that we need in terms of ensuring that there are more airlines. Because, Chairperson, in the main, at the center of everything, we have got to, as the province, make sure that the tourists need to come here, want to come here. There's got to be an attraction, be it economic activities in the province or tourists wanting to come here because it's the destination of choice. When they then see that, they then say, how do I get there? You either say through road or by whether we're going to fly. If we can break that, I mean, when we're in Kimberley or also George, we realize that there is a lot of investment around tourism marketing. Between George and Hoedspruit, it's all about tourists, either both ways. And the province itself is not looking at profitability of airlines. It's rather looking at tourists being able to afford to be there and transact within the province. Economic activities that itself also plays a key role. The need and the want, as long as the province is not attractive or the economic activities are not attracting visitors, that is actually where airlines are able to see that we're not in business in terms of flying. And I think the strategy itself, if we do it with Limpopo Tourism Agency, perhaps we may grow that space wherein people start to see something interesting in the province. Not at GAAL is just an airport; it's a point of departure and landing. But the province itself has to really create that particular need and attraction for people to want to come to our province. But marketing also, Chairperson, as I conclude, the more we market the airport, I think we're going to make sure that we eliminate these doubts. The issue that the flights were not landing when they start to land without challenges, we need to come out and start to say it in all media spaces to say we're in business. Perhaps one or two headlines that we can capture into the slides. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I still see a follow-up. But strategy, like I've indicated, is very critical. And for you to make money, you have to spend money. MEC. You can't make money if you don't make money. What I'm trying to say is that, and of course there are risks as you are trying to implement certain strategies. But it's worth trying to say, let's have this. If it does not work, it does not work, you leave it. Yes, if it does not work, it does not work. For example, Litigation during September, it has this thing here. Yeah. Yes, Mahala one. If you can collaborate with them, if they say Mahala, and now you say for that week you have flight going to Woodspread, that's how it can work. Just to experiment with 2 flights to say on Monday and on Friday we'll be having flights to Woodspread for the Mahala week. You'll be surprised to see many people going there. You even opt for another flight during the week. So these are risks that are worth taking when we talk of sustainability. You can improve if you are afraid of taking risks. The last one.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabotja, a member of Scopa. Chair, you know, it's true. There's a need to beautify GAAL. I mean, when you look at it, like I see, I only go there to collect rental vehicles, but I can see the building has deteriorated, MEC, and you're not going to attract investors with such type of things. But my chat is now the province under the 7th admin, actually it's something that started in the 6th admin, even now. You're saying you want to build a bullet train. Now, isn't this going to be a contradiction? I mean, if it's going to take me an hour to move from Pretoria to Polokwane, and then in a flight it takes me 55. Okay? 45. So now, don't you think that people will now start flocking into the trains? Because I mean, if I'm to go to OR, I must still catch Gautrain if I want to go to. But if I get the bullet train, drops me in Pretoria, you know, people will have options now. So they are tapping into your niche. There's a niche, there's a certain segment of the economy that you guys have not capitalized on. So the moment the bullet train, and it's something that you guys are so happy about. Something, one big investment that you guys are happy about. But let me tell you, once that investment takes shape, it's the death of GAAL. So I don't know how you plan your start. That's why I kept on talking about strategies today. If your strategies are not in order, we're going to bury GAAL in the not so distant future. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think there was just an input just to say we can do better, and the competition is coming. After that is another competition. That train is another competition, and I don't think even if it can be expensive, it can be to that level that ordinary people may not afford. So let's continue to have those strategies to ensure that we are sustainable or we are sustained. Question number 7.
Thank you very much, Chair. Question 7 is on procurement and contract management. Executing Authority in paragraph 34 of the AG's report, the Auditor General of South Africa, AGSA, identified that some of the contracts were awarded to bidders based on pre-qualification criteria that differed from those stipulated in the original invitation for bidding, in contravention of 2022 preferential procurement regulations, specifically regulation 4 subsection 1 and 4 subsection 2. A. Why did the accounting authority award some contracts to bidders based on qualification criteria that differed from those stipulated in the original invitation for bidding? B. Who are the responsible officials? C. What action did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? D. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? E. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chair.
MEC?
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I'll allow the Chairperson of the board to take us through.
Thank you, MEC. To the Honorable Chairperson, my name is Ndabe Ramakwera. I am the interim chairperson of the board of GAAL. The question that we are responding to is question 7 on procurement and contract, and response to why some contracts were awarded in a way that differs from the stipulated in the original invitation for bidding. This award was for parking management system, wherein the bidder submitted a fraudulent certificate for PCRA, and they also misrepresented the validity of that particular certificate. And upon the discovery of that fraud, management terminated the contract with the service provider, which we are showing in the termination letter. The officials who are responsible as question 7B, the SCM manager, acting operations manager, acting chief accountant, ICT manager, and then SCM intern. And the actions taken as in 7C is that the accounting authority is to an independent investigation into the matter, and the investigation is still underway. It will provide recommendations to the accounting authority regarding the actions to be taken. As we speak, the investigation at advanced stage is expected to be finalized not February, but I think by the end of March we would have a proper report on this particular thing that the board will look into. And what action did the executive authority take against the accounting authority? No action has been taken so far, as this is a report that is still going to serve. And then what measures the accounting authority put in place to prevent a recurrence of this anomaly? The accounting authority put the following measures in place. The entity has strengthened the bid evaluation process, which will ensure that all mandatory certifications are verified independently by the BEC before appointment. And this constitutes the major part of the response to question 7. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. That termination letter has not been acknowledged by the terminated service provider. Yeah. Is there any question?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Tabuma Vocha, a member of Scopa. Chair, we are referred to this letter, the termination letter. I want to check how much have we paid to this service provider, because from the termination letter, it seems like it started operating from the 1st of March 2025 until the 6th of August 2025. He has been operating, and as a result, he has received some monies from our people or from the entity. So I just want to check how much have we paid him today. And then number 2 is that I really don't get the logic of identifying. Okay, we have identified an intern, a young person that is in training or is responsible for this anomaly. I would understand when you discipline those that have been in the system for quite some time, but an intern is operates by instruction, or do this, don't do that, do this. They are still in training. So now, when you are to take corrective measures against an intern, that was merely just there to observe, pass us water, the intern will run, get water. Now, the intern is identified as one of the people that played a role in this fraud. So I really don't understand it, MEC. Or how do you identify a young person that is fresh from university? This person doesn't know, is expecting these people that are identified here, or they are going to train her to be a better public servant. Now, when this young person is trying to learn, she learns wrong things because of these people. Now, this person, this young person, is going to face consequence management because of these managers that are her bosses. So I really don't understand, MEC, why you want to discipline an intern. An intern is in training. That's what I understand, intern. The second thing is that there's been fraud that has been committed. And you have identified the fraud, but you're not doing anything with the fraud. Is that how you do things? Or this is an exceptional circumstance? You have identified the fraud. Yes, it's fine. You have acted on the fraud. Yes, it's fine. But it doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. And the chair is right to ask, but guys, I don't see the acknowledgement. What if you have written this letter and this person is still operating? So, what do we have here that's going to convince us beyond the letter, or this person is no longer operating? So, the other thing is that, you see, you promised us here in your report, with no pressure. No pressure at all, or by the end of February, the report will be done. I mean, when you wrote this thing, I'm sure you had a checklist to hey, this report must be finished by this day. I don't think you just some sack dates. There's something that informs you by this particular day, this report must be done. And this report, we know its importance is that it's going to serve before Scopa. And now, when I take this thing and say, no, the report will be ready by, the investigation will be finalized by February, and then when you come here, it's February, you are supposed to tell us what the report said, or even attach it as part of the annexures here. You come here and say, so that report you are going to get it, maybe come March. What if come March, it doesn't happen, Chairperson? But they know that they've reported to us here, or they've submitted that particular report. So I'm simply making a plea, or in the future, when you make something here, before departments start presenting, Chair, they must say, before we even start, we don't want you to catch us in the middle of things, then we start giving excuses. Before we start, there's a report that we have referred to on page 29 of our report. That report is not ready. Can we please note it? Before we even start, it must not be a surprise. We must not be equally surprised as us when we are here. It must be something that you play an open card game with us and say to us, guys, hey, we thought, but however, we are unable. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Indeed, the issue of an intern is worrying. And may you please tell us the role of the intern in receiving the fraudulent serious certificate? Because my understanding was maybe these are the BEC or the BAC members. So, and if an intern is there, I don't think he must even come closer to the BEC in terms of his role. So now he's cited here as being responsible for an irregularity that could have been made by those who are the BECs or the BACs. Girl, even ordinary workers must not come next to these people, because this is the task of management. So an intern, tell us that this is a typo. Please, just say something. Or no, it's just something that was. Let me see. Yeah, let me see.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Mate Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I was just whispering to my chairperson on my left to say, Libona was told. There is an incident where a CFO declined to sign a big project. He said, I'm not recommending. Then they went all out. Those who are doing whatever BEC or BAC, they removed that page. They took that new file to the young one to say you signed it. They signed, and the bid went on. Big money. So that's why I say I really want to told. But the CEO will talk about it. I was just on a lighter note to say, instead of reading and say no, because he wants to be appointed or to be recommended for something. I'm not saying but the CEO will tell us what happened. It's like, it's not fine, but we'll hear from the CEO.
Okay, I thought we would read the response into through you, Chairperson. I'm Davera Makwela, the interim chairperson, and the rest of the information. This one we've done. Yeah, I think it's allowed let's allow the CEO to go through with it. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Mohadim Matli, and I'm the CEO for GAAL. Chair, I'll start with the one with the intern. And I want to confirm that the interns don't play any role in terms of the BEC committee. The Honorable Mabocha is correct to say they come for learning and for observation. What has happened here is we said let's list members of the BEC committee, and while typing, because we are typing from an attendance register, we typed everybody there. But rightfully that name should not be there, and we can hold them accountable. So we will definitely erase that from record, Chairperson. The first
maybe before you pass, what was the intent doing in that meeting?
So the role of the interns, because they are learning, we let them come to different committees for observation. And now and again they would go fetch files, they would go make copies, but the sole intention of them being in the committee is observation and learning. So we can't hold them accountable for anything that goes wrong. Hence I'm saying on record we would like to withdraw that name. This is just when typing the attendance register, then we just typed all the names from the register.
I don't believe in that response, just to be honest. Unless if you're just to, because I don't think, if I may take it further, honorable members, what about other people who were in that meeting? Why only the name of an intern was happened to be returned? Because I don't think the register was for only these 5 people. There were others. Maybe even the CEO was in that meeting. Or maybe the CFO. In fact, the CFO must be in that meeting. But why is the name of the CFO not here? No, I'm just raising. If you don't have answers, it's fine. Because the likelihood is that you may not have answers. But it's fine. But I'm just raising it.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mohadim Matli, CEO of GAAL. Chair, to respond to that question, in the BEC committee, these are actually the members that were appointed for that specific committee. So naturally, CEO and CFO don't sit at bid adjudication. CEO doesn't sit at any committees, and CFO sits at adjudication. So this attendance register, these are the members of the BEC that were appointed to evaluate over this tender. I just want to confirm also to the committee that one of the learnings we took from Honorable Maboja this morning is that if there are any supplementary reports we should have submitted, and I'd like to confirm that we actually do have the investigation report. We have requested that report be included in the bundle of the reports that will be submitted today. We have also started with the process of we used our internal audit to do this investigation because majority of the people internally, or rather managers, were implicated, so we used an external internal audit to conduct the evaluation. So, the investigation. So that report is included in the bundle that we'll be submitting with all the other investigation reports that have been requested by the committee. The first question was, how much have we paid? We have not spent any money on this tender. Fortunately, we picked this up just at the beginning of implementation or the work being done, and we stopped the work as soon as we found out. The process of termination obviously took a little longer, but we had suspended before we even went to termination. So there will not be any money spent, which would result in irregular expenditure. The reason why the service provider has not acknowledged is because when we terminated, instead of acknowledging, they have tried to put a legal action against us because they wanted to say we must pay for the portion of the work that they have done. And through our legal processes, we have refused to do that, and they have backed out. So it doesn't look like they are going to attempt to do anything because they know legally they can't do that. Other actions that we have taken, we have reported this to CIRA because CIRA needs to know that people are faking their documents. We are also reporting it to Treasury so that they can blacklist them on the list of service providers so that other government entities don't go and use them. Those were all the questions that were asked. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. MSC, you know why I'm so worried about this issue of intent. You know, the issue of bids and tenders are very sensitive and should only be accessed by those who can be held accountable. Remember we had a case of one of the departments where they are storing these tenders, documents and whatever. There was access of many people. They were even holding meetings in that bedroom. So as they were investigating a case, they found that the BEC, when they were dealing with those tender documents, there was no document certificate and what. But later, that document was there. Because, and you don't know, you can't say, is this one, is this one, is this one. You don't know because everybody has access. So where we are dealing with these issues to avoid irregular expenditure and fraud and all those things, they must be those who are accountable. So that when we say these 4 BEC members are accountable, indeed you can hold them accountable. Because if the intern can come up with something and put, then you can hold her or him accountable, but he was or she was there. So that is why I emphasized it. No, if it is true, but then you are doing it dangerous. So let this be handled by those who will account. So there are other processes that we don't want trainees there. So that is what I wanted to emphasize. And the last question, honourable members.
Question 8 is on revenue management. Executive Authority in paragraph 33 of the AG's report. The AG reports that effective and appropriate steps were not taken to collect all revenue due as required by Section 51, 1B of the PFMA. Why did the Accounting Authority not take effective steps and appropriate steps to collect all revenue due as required by the Section 51 of the PFMA? B, who are the responsible officials? C, what actions did the Accounting Authority take against the responsible official? What action did the Executive Authority take against the Accounting Authority? E, what measures did the Accounting Authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MC. Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Matthias Susan Violet, MSc for Transport and Community Safety. I'll hand it over to the Chairperson of the Board.
Thank you, MEC and Honorable Chairperson. My name is Ndabe Ramakwera. I am the interim chairperson of the GAAL board. We are responding to question number 8, on why when no effective or appropriate steps taken to collect all revenue. And our response is that indeed we have failed to take effective and appropriate steps to collect all revenue. They are accumulative debts from the previous financial years that affect also rental invoices or approach fees, as well as statements of accounts that are emailed to clients. Also, the issues of the time that it takes for us to contact the tenants on this particular issue, whether after 30 days or after 60 days. And then follow-ups on non-payment are made by accounts receivable division. And then we also make use of the debt collection agency or as a transversal contract. And then despite current measures put in place, there's a risk of default by debtors due to business and other challenges. And that's part of the question 8A that we are entering. And that there are officials that are responsible for that who have in the previous years incurred this particular cumulative amounts. The former CFO and former revenue and expenditure manager. We also have the revenue and expenditure manager and the revenue officer. And the action taken is that there hasn't been any disciplinary action against the two, Ms. Mate and Ms. Tahane, as their efforts contribute to sustained improvement in revenue collection over the past 3 years. And that no action could be taken against Mr. Gobola and Mr. Matawata as they are no longer in the employment of the entity. And then also, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? The executing authority cautioned and continued to outline to the board about GAAL's previous performance, late submission of annual financial statements and compliance documents, its collapse, and the inability to financially be self-reliant. The executing authority outlined the expectations of improvement in governance, oversight, and the performance as the interim board is now fully constituted with members. And the number E of that question 8E is what measures the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly. Is that the executing authority and accounting authority signed a shareholder compact which outlines duties and performance expectations from the executing authority to the accounting authority, and their performance will be measured against the shareholders compact. There's also what the entity is using as a debt collection agency, which is in the annexure that is attached here, showing what annexure 18, which is attached in this particular case. And then I think that concludes our response to question number 8 with that part E that we're responding to, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was on revenue management. Other questions, honorable members? Honorable Machete.
Just want to understand on the response on C, Roman figure 1. Where you are saying no display indication of not taken action is based on their efforts contributing to sustained improvement in revenue collection over the past 3 years. So my question is, if there was no improvement in relation to the revenue collection, it would mean that you would have applied disciplinary action. That's what we are saying. And if there was an offense, and are you saying that you are encouraging that somebody could do an offense and in the process of that person having to get an action, then if that person improves in terms of work that he or she is doing, then you then collapse the action that you must take against that person? I just want to get a sense there.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Kabuma Water. Chair, I see one of the responsible officials. This is my chief. Am I protected? Now let me leave it here.
No.
I withdraw.
Fortunately, we know that the Matthew
it's not me.
Is the MEC, and that one is the manager. Yeah, I think if you can deal with that issue. At least it was an icebreaker because I can see most of us are there.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Mate Susani Violet. MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I'll hand it to CFO to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, with regard to the question posed by the Honourable Member, so what would then happen is that, yes, so does it mean that if people have caused the anomaly and they later correct it, does not necessarily mean that there won't be any action taken against them? But however, just to qualify on this one specifically, Ms. Mate, I think she's been there for the past, I think, probably 3.5 years. So she actually, that's why we want to qualify that because of their actions in the last 3 financial years. That's why there was a concerted improvement in terms of revenue collection. But however, I think the main issue still remains that the legacy issues whereby these are that were owed as far back as 2014. So on those ones you can't really hold them accountable. But if they were to err, obviously we will then take corrective action. And corrective action might not necessarily mean that we'll bring someone to meet somebody. It might mean that they will need to then identify gaps. So we might have to then institute other mitigating factors like maybe retraining and other factors. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there another question? Okay, that was the last question on the accountability of GAAL, our state entity, and we really want to say, to a certain extent or to a larger extent, you were able to respond to the questions, you were able to account. And you, as we are on number 6, we want to say, or to indicate what you have indicated earlier, that we'll have a meeting as soon as possible, Honourable MEC, but we are not going to call that meeting. You must be the one who is calling us to say we are ready with the documents that we wanted, but it must be as soon as possible. And of very importance is the sustainability plan, so that when Treasury allocates you that money, it is not questioned by other people to say, but there is a resolution that said that you must comply. The other thing, those forensic reports and other reports that are outstanding, can they be submitted together with the resolutions for 2022, 2023, 2024. So we really appreciate the progress and how you are able to explain. It shows indeed that you understand the environment, and as soon as you understand the environment, you'll be able to deal with some of those challenges. In the morning we were talking about the deficit of 11 million, and we also know that your liabilities are still very high, even more than the assets that you are having as the GAAL, which in practical terms is saying that you are liquidated, but you are still floating, you are holding in there, and you believe that you can turn this situation around, and indeed you must turn it around. You must just turn it around, because you can't be a baby of the department forever. There must be a stage when you're now independent, right? Now you can do your own things, and it must be very soon. We can't wait forever. But we are happy about how you responded. We are happy that some of the challenges you are able to resolve. Those which you are not able, you must go back and do things by the book, complying, because the issue of audit opinion is just a matter of complying. If you comply, then you are fine, and you are aware that most of the issues are legacy issues, but there's no way, you can't throw them anywhere. They need to be resolved, even if there are legacy issues. So we don't want to prolong this rather than we have, let's go to item number 7, where we request the comment by the AGSA.
The finances that you have given us as GAAL. We're happy to say we have taken each and every input that was made by you as honorable members, and we have made an arrangement to submit the required reports electronically today, and the physical one will be submitted to you next week, the files. By so saying, we are ready. Any day starting from next week, we can call you so that we can meet and have this meeting, because to me this meeting is crucial. Without that meeting, I'm sure something can happen at the legislature where we are going to be told you are not going to get anything. So for us to get something, we are saying we will be calling that meeting as soon as possible. We will be arranging it together with the chairperson of the GAAL and the members of the board. So we will inform you in due course when are we going to meet. Thank you so much. We have taken all the inputs and all the criticism. To me, they were positive, because without them, we will be sitting and sleeping at duty. So we don't want to sleep. We want to be always awake to the call of the province of Limpopo. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, MEC. We will hear from you, like we've indicated, and we prefer that it be next week, so that we don't find ourselves in, even maybe if we can identify a day during the sitting, maybe after the sitting we can, because I don't think we will still have a lot of issues. Most of the issues have been dealt with, but we will be able to communicate with our staff on what is the way forward. We really indeed appreciate your efforts, like I've indicated. What is very critical is we must follow the money. We must follow the money, and we must get that money back into the coffers of the entity. And we must follow those who have, regardless of whether they are under the stones or whatever, we must get the money. Whatever means available to us should be engaged to ensure that the money is back. But MEC, pleading to your department, that all these departments, all these entities are having cases, many cases, but there is not seem to be any movement or even any update. This task we give it to you to say, just make sure that you get what is a challenge. And we know that some of the challenge, like we've indicated, like they were here, they shared their challenges with us, but just find a way to ensure that they are able to penetrate that space where they can get evidence and conclude the cases. I no longer have a lot of things to say because at number 6, I think I've covered those things are also part of the way forward to say, let's meet again, let's ensure that we tighten the gaps where they are, and let's make sure that we I know you said you don't have internal control in terms of assessing and evaluating the financial statement, but I think even these documents, when you compile them, there must be somebody who is checking, because there were 2 statements, like the issue of an intern can give a different picture. The issue of what is that English, duly appointed, duly constituted board. That means this board that is here now is so some of these messages, because once we have this is a public document, and the public will say, at GAAL there is board constituted, while we are still having a interim board. So some of these things, as and when you are preparing our files, there must be somebody who must just quality assure, so that this possible misrepresentation can be eliminated. But anyway, like I've indicated, we were able to a certain extent get the essence of accountability, and we believe that the areas that we're still going to deal with will be dealt with as well. And I want to thank you, MEC and HOD, the chief of the interim board, the CEO, your entourage, the honorable members, the AGSA representative, provincial treasury, our legislature staff. We know it's Friday. That is why others were requested to be excused because of various reasons earlier. But because we were concluding, we felt like we must just conclude, and indeed we were able to conclude. So everybody, the staff of the legislature, and everybody who was viewing from these platforms, that maybe different media platform, we thank you, and we believe that indeed GAAL as a state institution, it can do better and it will do better. Are there announcements?
Oh, thank you very much. There is that too. The first one is to members of the committee that there is a public hearing for leader on Monday. We're meeting at 8 here, as usual. Then the second one is for all of us. There is tea for consumption as we leave. Thank you very much.
Please, let's observe time on Monday. We know that it will be Monday and will be from other responsibilities from the weekend. Remember, leader is a big entity. If we are not on time, we will leave here. You know, your apologies noted. Your apologies noted. Thank you very much, everybody. And this meeting has come to its logical conclusion. Bon voyage.